Hello, good evening and welcome to this meeting of the City of York Council Planning Committee on Wednesday, the 24th of February 2021. Welcome whether you're watching this live or watching at a later date. Members of the committee will be familiar with how this works, but it may be that some of those who are watching are doing so for the first time, particularly as one of the items on our agenda this evening I know has elicited a great deal of public interest. We had a lot of people who were wanting to comment on this, registering to speak, and unfortunately we haven't been able to give that opportunity to all of those who wanted to do so, but we'll say more about that in a moment. So thank you very much for joining us. Welcome to all those members of the committee. I have no apologies this evening. Thank you for that. Welcome also to members of the council, various officers, technical support, members of the planning department and others who will be joining us. Many of those are not visible on screen at the moment. You'll be able to see Becky Eads just at the moment, but others who are not visible on screen and may well join us as invited through the course of the evening. Can I just say to them, thank you so much for being available. And when you do join us, please do just give both your name and your job title when first appearing. That really would be helpful. Thank you for that. What will happen as we go through the meeting is that we'll first of all have the item introduced by members of the planning team. We'll have the opportunity to ask questions about that, and members will indicate if they have questions by raising a virtual hand that I'll be able to see. And it may be that as we're discussing something that there's a further question, a supplementary, or another member has a relevant question to that particular item being discussed, and they'll indicate that with a physical hand. Otherwise, we'll rely on the virtual hand system and give all members the opportunity to ask any questions they might have of officers or of public speakers. And so can I just say to public speakers who'll be joining us a little later, first to those who are not able to join us, we really would like to have given an opportunity to everybody who registered to speak, but that hasn't been possible. It would have been very difficult. So to those who have not been able to and would have liked to have done so, thank you for putting in those written submissions. We do appreciate that. And to those who will be joining us as public speakers, when you have your 3 minutes, do just wait then, because there may be questions from members of the committee. So without saying any more, I'm going to move on to our agenda for the evening. And that begins with declarations of interest. Do any members have any reason to declare an interest? First of all, Councillor Kilbane, I see.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Just in relation to item 3A, I must declare a non-pecuniary, non-prejudicial interest as a member of the Bishop Thorpe Road Traders Association. And this last Christmas, the applicant for 3A put up the lights on Bishop Thorpe Road at no cost to the Traders Association, which would normally cost that association a considerable sum of money. As I say, it's non-prejudicial, non-pecuniary, but just in the interest of openness and transparency, I felt the need to declare that interest.
Appreciated, thank you. Councillor Doughty.
Thank you, Chair. I'll declare a non-prejudicial interest in item 3A as well. Northern House. My employer is one of the occupants of that building, although I don't work there myself.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate you mentioning that. Public participation under the general remit of this committee, there is none this evening. So we're able to move on to our plans list and indeed to item 3A, Northern House on Rougier Street, the proposal for a demolition of numbers 1 to 9 Rougier Street and the erection of a 10-storey building, roof terraces, with a mixed-use development. Can you please introduce that for us, Becky?
Thank you, Chair. I will do. I'll quickly do the updated additional information first, and then I'll go into the presentation. So we have got some additional information that was sent to members earlier on today. There has been a revised recommendation due to an affordable housing contribution. The developer has made an offer of £500,000 towards affordable housing, in addition to the overage clause of the 106. And that money will go towards off-site provision of affordable housing, and we'd secure that as part of the 106 agreement. So that requires an amendment to the recommendation in the committee, which is clear. The council's affordable housing officer has commented on the sum. He said that it equates to 3 affordable homes, or 6.8%, instead of the 42 required by the policy. And it should be ensured that the sum is paid at relatively early stage in the sale process, and he's made a recommendation for that. So that obviously that changes the recommendation on page, let me just clarify that for you. Paragraph 7.1 of the committee report would change. Okay, we've also received a summary of results of a daylight and sunlight report, which again, in brief, you can see on the additional information. It says in the majority of cases that the daylight and sunlight is acceptable. We've also had additional consultation responses for York Civic Trust, and they've changed their response from objection to general comments, and it outlines why. We've also had additional representations from the Conservation Area Advisory Panel, and again, members of the public and Councillor Baker. Yeah. And we've considered the additional information and the changes to the scheme and in terms of planning balance, and we don't consider that this has changed the recommendation, and it would still be for approval. There's also revised conditions again, which is outlined in members' additional information. So I'm going to share my screen now and go through the presentation with you. Okay, so you can see Northern House. It's a red line of Northern House, the red line application boundary that you can see there. This is the existing view from the city walls. Members saw this on Tuesday when we did the virtual site visit. Rougier Street view, you can see the sandwich bar there for reference. This was obviously taken when the scaffolding was up at the Malmaison, which wasn't there the other day when we did the virtual visit. Again, existing view. This is from Tanner's Moat, from the city walls. View of All Saints from the Station Road, city walls. Again, members will know these visuals, but I'm just going to run through them so you can see. And again, from Museum Street, from City Screen, over the other side of the river, from North Street, from Tanner Row, looking up there. And again, existing view from George Hudson Street, as you can see, looking down with the existing Northern House where I'm just circling there. And again, another view here. And again, existing views. So this is the proposed elevation to Rougier Street. For clarity, the red line is the existing building that you can see there that will be removed. And then you can see the existing green of the existing sandwich shop that we just showed you in those photographs. And again, the new development up here. There has been considerable changes since the application was originally submitted, which have resulted in significant reductions in terms of the size. This end elevation here has also been redesigned, again, to step down here towards the neighbouring properties. So yeah, that's the elevation design there. And this is the elevation towards Tanner's Moat. Again, you can see the existing balcony elevation to Arup, if I've got that right, will be removed. And you can see this, the red line is the existing, and this is the proposed elevation. That's the roof terrace there for Malmaison and the Aviva building here. Okay. This is a Tanner Street elevation. This is a new street that will be created. And you can see the difference in levels there, the existing property again, and how the proposal has been amended at this end, again, to be reduced in height, and how it steps up here. And you can see the back of the existing properties that are just white there. Okay, and this is the Tanner Row elevation. Again, the red line of the existing. You can see the proposed building in here and how it relates to the existing. And again, the existing building that will be the Malmaison and the Aviva building here. So this looks at the massing alterations that have been throughout the process. And it also illustrates the communal terraces that there is and how this has been moved throughout the process. Again, the differences. Just 2 seconds. Here we are. So this is the city skyline section. So you can see there, that's how it will fit within the skyline there. That's York Central envisaged on the lower one. Again, you can see the Roman Quarter in there. This is a section to Tanner's Moat. I think this becomes, as I go through, you'll see the other sections which show the basement and the museum that's proposed as part of it. That's important to illustrate there, these works and the underground works here in purple. And again, the Tanner Row section, you can see that's Aviva with the very clear point there, the Malmaison and the works in the building here. Okay, I'm just going to stop sharing that just for 1 minute. That's all your elevations and sections. I do have now some visualizations that I'm just going to, just 2 seconds while I find them. Here we are. Now, is that shared? Can you see view 7? Is that what you can see? I'm just checking. Yeah, good. I've got some nods. So it is worth saying that these are visualizations. They're not scaled elevations, but they have been produced to help members consider the application. But I would always recommend that you look at the scaled elevations when thinking about your decision. Okay, so this is the city walls. This is the existing view. And this is what the proposal visualizations envisage that the proposal will look like. As you can see, the design of the building, how it splays around Rougier Street there. Again, it takes off that roof terrace and then there becomes a roof terrace in there. Again, this is the existing elevation of Aviva building here. And again, that's what it will look like. That's the new street elevation that you can just see where my cross is. Down there, we saw this at the committee visit, virtual visit on Tuesday. And then this is George Hudson Street, put my teeth in. This is the existing view that you can see there. And that's the proposed visualization that you can see there. And again, the existing view and the proposed view, you can see this is where there's been a significant amount of work in terms of this relationship here between this property and the stepping up towards the new development in here. This is from Lendal Bridge. You can see the existing. It is worth noting on this one that there is the scaffolding on that building there where there isn't on the next one. So it's just a point of reference. Again, your new building within here. Again, you just see it where my cursor is up here. You can see the new building and how it sits within there. This is from City Screen. You can see again the building in there and how the proposal will sit here in relation to the surrounding properties and Station Road, Lehman Road. Again, you can see the new building in there. This is the last one, junction of Tanner Road and North Street. So again, the existing buildings down here and the proposed new buildings here. Okay, that's it for my presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. That was very helpful. So there's an opportunity for members to ask any questions, either of Becky or of other officers who might be available to us, just so that we are as clear as we need to be about this application. Councillor Eyre. Then I'll come to Councillor Waters.
We're taking general questions on the report, Chair. Is that okay?
General questions about the proposal.
So I've got quite a few, so I'll take them in turn if you want. You can go to somebody else if you get bored of me. Page 12 regarding the emissions. The claim was that emissions won't increase because emissions would decrease, therefore the increase is mitigated through that. When we're analysing that, surely if they have to reduce emissions, that has to be against the level that will be there at the time, not against current levels if we're predicting emissions to fall. I just wanted some clarification around that point.
I'm just going to bring Alison in, the case officer, for that one. Alison, if you can come in for that.
Hello, yes, I'm here. Sorry, can I have a paragraph number? I haven't got page number.
Sorry, 3.29. I mean, they're basically saying that vehicles are going to move to electric, therefore emissions are going to go down. Therefore, the increase in emissions that this creates is mitigated by that. I would have thought surely if 2 years' time emissions are going to be lower, then they have to be below that same level, not above the existing level.
Okay, let me just read and try and remember. Sorry. I think Public Protection disagreed with the study that was submitted that assumed that levels of pollution were going to fall off. I don't think we agreed with that. We have no evidence for that, which is why we're suggesting that we still need the closed windows up to level 2. I think that's
the general assumption is that this will lead to an increase in emissions in the area.
No, I don't think it was to do with that, because I think it's a car-free scheme. So there won't be any additional transport associated with this. This was to do with existing levels around, that it's a very highly polluted area anyway. So it was just, it's inappropriate there to have opening windows on flats. I think that's all it was. And the suggestion that it would get better over time as we use more electric cars wasn't the evidence that the council had in that location.
Okay. Page 36, paragraph 5.68. The visitor numbers claimed.
Mm-hmm.
They quote on there that the Jorvik Centre, which is nationally and internationally renowned and has been long established, is attracting 400,000 visitors per annum. This, which doesn't even exist yet, they're forecasting 25% more than the Viking Centre again. Where have those figures come from and how are they justified?
But you'll have to ask.
I was just going to say you'll have to ask the applicant that one.
Okay.
All right.
Page. Ooh. I haven't got that one. Page 37. We haven't got anybody from economic development. The analysis of jobs, which shows that there will generally be a sort of basically a flatlining of jobs. Has there been any analysis of what the impact would be in terms of mean salaries, etc.? As I would anticipate that what is in effect that paragraph suggests is that we're losing office jobs, significantly like that, and replacing them with jobs in the tourism sector. Was there any wider economic input from our team in terms of our reliance on the tourism sector, for example, our need for creating more highly paid jobs? Was there any analysis done of what the sort of net impact on mean wages would be of this shift from office-based employment to tourism?
No, it was a comment that came up with the original scheme where there was no replacement of the office space, that we were replacing office jobs with jobs in the leisure industry and that they were generally less well paid. So I presume the same would be true to a lesser extent here because there is some office space in the new building.
And the last one I'll go with now, Chair, is the viability assessment. I mean, this input of £500,000 for affordable housing, we've got a paragraph in here, which I've lost now, telling us that we've had an independent viability assessment done, which basically said, page 42, para 594.
Mm-hmm.
this detailed analysis has been done and basically concluded that there's no spare money available. And then suddenly at the last minute, £500,000 is found. How can we trust what's in this viability assessment when we know for a fact already it's at least £500,000 out? Could that be £2-3 million out?
It's not. I think what it's, as an aside here, we have had the viability assessment independently reviewed by the district valuer. She's been through it with a fine-tooth comb and found that. But then the developer have obviously come to us and said that from looking at everything that they've considered, and I'm trying to just find give me 1 minute, because I'll find the exact wording that they gave us so I'm not misquoting. And it says, just bear with me. We have reviewed the funding of the scheme to see if there is any additional monies that could be made available for affordable housing. By reducing the level of financial return on the scheme, the developers could make a contribution of £500,000 towards affordable housing. So that's what they've said, the reducing the level of financial return. That's how they've come to be able to offer that £500,000. But again, you'll have to ask them. We have had independent assessment of the viability report, and it said that it wasn't viable, but they've made a decision to offer that money.
Thank you. I'll come to other councillors in a moment. Alison, you were hardly given the opportunity of introducing yourself, so just for the benefit of those who might be watching.
Hello, so I'm Alison Stockdale, I'll be the case officer for this application.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come to Councillor Waters and to Councillor Pavlovic.
Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, sorry. Bear with me for a moment, Councillor Waters. If it's supplementary, please go ahead, Councillor Pavlovic.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's in respect of the viability assessment, and as Councillor Eyre has raised it, I think it's an appropriate time to ask a supplementary. You state on page 42, paragraph 5.96, that the district valuer's calculations are based on the originally submitted scheme of a visitor attraction, restaurant, bar and housing. Is that the application that's referred to on page 3, 1.10, 19/002/402 for 58 flats?
No, it's so the viability assessment was done in relation to the scheme that was originally submitted under this application number a year ago.
Which was for how many flats?
250 perhaps, and a restaurant. So it didn't have any office space, the originally submitted scheme. But we haven't gone back to the developer to have these figures reassessed. Because as I've put in the report, the scale of the deficit was so big, it wasn't considered it would have made any difference.
Okay.
And just on that, Becky mentioned in her report that the size of the building has been markedly reduced since the original application. Is that the original application that the district valuer looked at, or is that the district? So presumably the costs of the building are going to therefore be reduced if the size of the building has been reduced.
You would think so, but I don't think significantly enough to make any inroad to the deficit involved here.
But there's been no calculation, Alison. I'm just trying to clarify whether there has been any return to the district valuer.
Can I explain this? Because it was partly my decision.
Please do.
The reason why we didn't is because the original viability assessment showed that this was so far away from viable that there wasn't anything that could be achieved in terms of the affordable housing, and that's why. And we made the choice that to allow this to progress, that we would not send it back, because the changes that were proposed wouldn't be sufficient to allow that viability assessment to change to such a degree that it would make that much of a difference given where the deficit was. Does that make sense?
I think it does. I think it does.
Thank you.
Councillor Pavlovic, you had raised your hand in any case. Is that because you had other questions? If that is the case, I'll come back to you for those.
Go to
I will.
Councillor Waters first.
I will.
Yes,
and then I'll come back to you, and then to Councillor de Gorn. Councillor Waters, thank you for bearing with us.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to draw everybody's attention to pages 7, 8 and 9, which to me must be the most damning comments ever produced in a document by an internal consultee from the City of York Council in response to an application, and most certainly in response to an application that is then subsequently recommended for approval. I would just like to question David Carruthers on these words and go through a few of these paragraphs. Is he available?
Please? It's not David, it's Rachel, and I'll bring Rachel in because there's two conservation architects at job share and Rachel's the other one, just as a way of an explanation.
Just who's actually written these words? Though?
Rachel Clemenson, who's our conservation architect. She's the other half of David's job, or he's the other half of hers, whichever way you work it out. But Rachel's a qualified conservation architect, and they're her comments, and she's here. Okay.
Right.
Please continue, Councillor Waters.
I was just waiting for her to come on screen, actually, but
she has. She is on screen.
She is on screen.
Right. I would just like to ask her then how she feels her comments have been taken into account in the rest of the report. And I'm going right to the very end at 3.18, where the harm is described as at the very upper limit of this categorisation. And legislation requires that great weight should be applied to this harm. Now, we had it explained to us a few months ago that the only way you could have harm any greater than this would be for a listed building to be actually demolished. Would you care to explain just the level of harm as you perceive it and yourself and David perceives it, please?
Yeah, so I'm Rachel Clemenson. I'm Conservation Architect for the City of York Council. So the MPPF separates harm into substantial or less than substantial. Substantial harm generally refers to complete demolition or wholesale loss of a historic asset, which is obviously not, that's not happening in this case. And that the MPPF states that substantial harm would be wholly exceptional. So you wouldn't generally ever accept that. There is provision in the MPPF to accept less than substantial harm, but it has to be outweighed by significant public benefit. And obviously the greater the harm, the greater the public benefit needs to be. So my role is not to weigh up that planning balance of harm versus public benefits. I'm here to represent the historic environment, and my comments therefore set out the level of harm that I see this proposal as being, and it is at the very upper end of less than substantial harm, but it's very significant level of harm. Simply put, without demolishing the whole of the conservation area and all the listed buildings around there, in terms of what you could replace what's currently on site with, I'm struggling to find, to think of a scheme that could be any more harmful. I mean, you could make a building that was slightly bigger, but after a point, sizes increase, aren't so important. It's such a big building that's just completely alien to the character of York at a very local level around the immediate streets, but also on a wider cityscape and skyline point of view, that it's about as harmful as you can get without being substantial harm, if that makes sense.
And Rachel, can I just ask? Can I just ask? You're making those comments with regard to the scheme as we're now looking at it. Of course, there were earlier iterations which would have been larger.
There were, yeah. So I mean, I've been closely involved in this project from pre-application stage, and my objection has been as strong now as it was. I do accept that the building has been improved slightly. The set down at the southern end of the building is an improvement, but when you look at the scheme as a whole, again, the existing buildings on site are a detractor in the conservation area and harm the setting of the listed buildings around there. but this new build is substantially worse than the current situation.
I think that's fantastically helpful.
I just come in here though, I think it's worth balancing that is the officer's opinion, absolutely, and it's been taken into account when the recommendation has been made. It hasn't been disregarded in any respect. We 100% have taken that into account when coming to a planning balance, but obviously we've taken into account the benefits that have been put forward as part of that scheme. And I think it's just important for me to iterate that to members that it isn't we're disregarding anything that Rachel said. We have totally taken it into account, but we've also balanced it with the benefits of the scheme, and we think that on the balance that it is for approval. So that's just my explanation.
Thank you. I don't see any supplementaries on that unless you have a supplementary. Please go ahead, Councillor Waters, if you have a supplementary.
I certainly haven't finished, but I'll restrict myself to just two other points. Again, I thought that was fantastically helpful from the Conservation Officer. I would just like to ask, going back to the start of the submission in here, which was paragraph 3.6, where she mentions that redevelopment of this site offers an ideal opportunity to reduce the harm. What, in her opinion, would reduce the harm to an acceptable level for this particular part of York?
So the existing building is a detractor. Largely, that's in relation to its architectural detailing and its height. So if you simply reduce the height and improve the design to make it more so something that better complemented the conservation area, there's lots of different ways that it could enhance that conservation area. I'm talking mainly about Northern House because that's the detractor on site. The other buildings that are to be demolished are I think considered to be neutral within the conservation area, so their loss won't be harmful, but the replacement of the new building is harmful.
The second point,
Councillor Lomas, I'll bring you in a moment. I see you have a supplementary. Do carry on, Councillor Waters.
The second point I would just like to ask, and I'll leave it for now, is what sort of work have yourself and David done as to the cumulative effect on the skyline of York, as to what has been approved in recent months that yourselves have objected strongly to, in addition to this? Because it just seems to me that everything's been looked at in isolation. Granted, you're doing your jobs and objecting strongly to these things, but they're all getting passed through. What is your opinion as to the cumulative effect on York's skyline?
I mean, we haven't done a specific piece of work looking at the cumulative impact on these types of developments. Obviously, every time there's some harm in the skyline, it's further, impacting on the historic skyline of York that is so important. This is particularly significant on the skyline because it's such a large building and it will be visible from so many different angles across the city.
What I'm probably trying to say is, at what point do we reach a tipping point on the skyline of York where there's nothing to really protect any longer because we've compromised it so much? But obviously, if you haven't done that
Councillor Waters, I don't think that's a fair question for Rachel at this moment in time. We have to consider, as I tell you often enough, we have to consider each application on its merits, and that's what we're doing. And we will get views where needed. So I don't think it's something that you can fairly ask Rachel. Thank you.
I think Councillor Waters was posing a rhetorical question rather than one that could be answered just at this moment. Councillor Lomas.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Rachel, for being patient. I just wanted to double check I had understood something that you said, because I thought I heard you say that essentially this proposed development would be more harmful than what is there currently, leaving it as it is. So this particular development that is under consideration in the format that we are considering it here today would be more harmful than leaving it as it currently stands now.
Most definitely, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for that. Okay. Councillor Pavlovic, I did say I would come back to you, and then Councillor de Gorn.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you kindly. I just want to raise another issue that's been identified as causing significant harm, and I'm speaking in respect of the archaeological deposits. Paragraph 5.58 states that that the archaeological deposits have been identified as being of potentially national significance, and therefore are considered designated heritage assets, and that these proposals will result in substantial harm in the significance of archaeological deposits. Is there somebody that is available that can speak to us on just what this means? Because we've had various submissions, Becky, as you and other members will have seen, from various archaeologists from all around the country telling us what a fantastic development this is, and that doesn't seem to square with the comments that have been raised by the city's archaeologist.
Well, but as if by magic, I have the city's archaeologist here.
Marvellous.
Claire.
Hi, yeah, Claire McRae, City Archaeologist, City of York Council. Yes, my comments on this application do state that significant harm, substantial harm, sorry, would take place should the excavation of the double basement go ahead. That is based on our usual policy that we apply across the city, and of course based on the MPPF. There are no designated assets as such on the site. Of course, we're within the area of archaeological importance, but how we interpret the MPPF for sites such as this, where we know that there are national and potentially internationally significant archaeological deposits, we apply footnote 63 of MPPF, which says that we should treat the heritage assets as if they are designated, and therefore if we're treating them as if they are designated, then their whole loss, which would result from an excavation such as this, is clearly substantial harm, because we're essentially removing significant archaeological deposits from the site. So paragraph 195 of MPPF states that if harm is deemed to be substantial, then substantial public benefit is required to potentially outweigh that harm. And I think that's where my comments have tried to get to. So I'm stating that yes, it is substantial harm in black and white terms, and in how I would normally interpret applications such as this. But in this instance only, there are some significant public benefits that could potentially, in my opinion and in many others' opinions, outweigh that harm.
Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, please do.
Just a supplementary on that. But the substantial public benefits that have been identified in the conclusion are the digging up of these archaeological deposits and the visitor centre and everything that is connected to that visitor centre. So you're almost saying that it's going to cause substantial harm and therefore should be refused, but the substantial benefit is the digging up of them and causing this substantial harm. I'm really confused, and I was confused when I read this as to how those two statements actually correspond to some extent.
Can you hold that there for a moment? I'll allow Councillor Barker to ask his supplementary at the same time, and then perhaps Claire, you could respond to both.
Sorry, it may well be me, and for that I apologise. We seem to be going around in circles. Can I just consider? So we were saying that the benefits are going to outweigh the harm.
Okay.
Is that where we've got to?
Claire, would you respond to both of those? I'd appreciate it.
Yes, I'm saying that there is, in strict planning terms, you would class this as substantial harm to heritage assets, But in this instance, because there is a long-term plan for the visitor attraction, and there are lots of other benefits as well, which I can elaborate on if you'd like me to, other than the attraction, that outweighs the harm caused by the excavation.
Thank you. No, benefits outweigh the harm. Lovely.
Yeah,
thank you.
No, that's very clear. Thank you. Can I just ask a separate question on a completely separate topic, or do you want me to come back later?
I'm just going to go to Councillor Fisher, because he was also, I think, asking a supplementary.
My question was basically about when is harm to archaeology significant. The point of archaeology is to study archaeological remains. That's what the definition of the word is. If you actually dig them up, study them, conserve what is valuable and learn from them, and then have a museum to show it, I'm not quite sure that's the same as significant harm. I think there is a benefit in it, but I think the question has been answered reasonably well. Thank you.
Yes, I won't elaborate too much on that, but yes, that's what I was just going to go on to say, was that these terms, substantial harm, sound horrendous, but there are, as you've just rightly pointed out, by studying the archaeology and by actually causing that harm, by carrying out the excavation, we're realising the potential of our city, our archaeological resource that we always say, you know, is such a fantastic asset. We're realising some of that potential, and therefore gaining knowledge, enhancing the value, and enhancing the public benefit of that excavation through the excavation.
And can I ask a further supplementary myself, please, Claire? From my reading of the various submissions, it seems to me that there would perhaps be, and I'd be interested in your comment on this, be a danger in not taking the opportunity to excavate at this point in time, because what is there and may yet to be discovered would deteriorate over time, and therefore this is more than a once in a generation opportunity. Would that be a reasonable summary?
If we didn't carry out this excavation and we redeveloped this plot as we would across any other part of the city centre, so we would ask for up to 95%, at least 95% preservation in situ, we would cause some harm to the asset without fully understanding it by piling through it. But I think what you're referring to is the potential for the organic deposits to degrade over time. There is some evidence to suggest here and elsewhere in the city that the deposits are degrading, and so there is some potential that, yes, if we don't have a look at them now, then we might not get another chance. You could argue that we could look at them in a small scale way without doing this big excavation, which of course we would if we were redeveloping this site in a traditional manner, but we wouldn't get the same information out. Yeah, there's a lot of potential to do a large scale study of the organic deposits on this site and how they are surviving, and that would the results from that study over sort of an 8-year period probably would then go on to inform the strategy for the rest of the city.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Councillor, you have a further supplementary.
Yeah, it was on that comment about the benefit outweighing the harm. How does that sit with the comments in Para 578 with Para 199 of the NPPF, which does state specifically that the ability to record evidence of our past should not be a factor in deciding whether such loss should be permitted?
Yeah, I'll admit paragraph 199 has been a little bit difficult because but it does suggest that nothing should be excavated for research or information's sake. But my argument against that was that we were looking at this excavation as a set piece, sort of once in a 30-year excavation that would allow research and training to be carried out, and to enhance the evidence base for future development, and to develop a research agenda as well. So it's not simply just a recording exercise in my mind. It is much more than that, and it's part of, you know, revealing the story of Roman York to not only York but an international audience.
And then just to clarify, given these are Roman remains, what's the likelihood that they're going to degrade massively, significantly in the next 50 years? I found that one a bit odd.
Yeah. Okay. So at the minute, we don't know exactly how much of that degradation is taking place. It's based on information that there was an excavation carried out on this site, a limited excavation carried out on this site in the 1980s, which comparing that information to recent borehole excavation has suggested that the organic material isn't surviving as well as it did 30 years ago. And we're seeing that as a general trend across the city. And it has accelerated, the degradation of the deposits has accelerated over the past 50, 60 years, particularly with the introduction of piled foundations, which are penetrating through waterlogged deposits, penetrating through water tables, that sort of thing, and accelerating the degradation of these deposits. But yeah, the answer is, I don't know how long these deposits will last. We could go in and excavate this in 100 years' time, and they could still be there. But I would think once we've piled again on this site and redeveloped it another cycle, it will have some impact on those deposits.
Can I ask again my own supplementary? What is your best hope of what might be found?
Well, from the information available, which is derived from excavations nearby in the 80s and 90s and limited excavation on the site of Rougier House itself, it's located within the Roman Colonia, and there is we're expecting to find the Roman road that led down from Tanner Road across to the site of the Roman bridge, and alongside that road, Yat have outlined that they're expecting to find potentially stone-built granaries, and granaries have been the building that's been identified, but also beneath that potentially some earlier timber structures. I must stress that it's not just Roman archaeology that does exist on this site. There are significant medieval deposits as well, which will be excavated to full standards and not just ploughed through to get to the Roman archaeology.
Thank you. That's all been very helpful. Thank you. Councillor Pavlovic, you had a different line of questions, I think.
I did. Your final line, just on that, just to end that topic, Claire, stated that this is a minor benefit, should not be considered sufficient on its own to outweigh the identified substantial harm without the other benefits outlined in this section. So I just want to go on to those. And Councillor Eyre raised the issue of jobs, and I was going to ask a supplementary then, but we sort of moved on. The 500 jobs that are going to be lost as a result of this from Northern Rail, there is no guarantee that those jobs are going to be retained within the city, is there, Becky?
Sorry, I thought you were going to ask an archaeology question then.
No, I was finishing the point, and then I was nicely segmenting into my next question. Yes, I was ending one point to make another.
Excellent.
I think you fooled us all there, Councillor Pavlovic. But
you weren't listening, were you?
I was listening very carefully.
The jobs. Where are these jobs going to go? The 500 jobs from Northern House. You state that there's currently no existing place for them, so they could quite easily be lost from the city permanently.
Alison, do you know the answer to this?
Well, the developer has other schemes around other applications live around the city centre for office space. They intend that the workers currently in Northern House would move into these schemes, but I don't think we don't have that evidence. We can't control it. We can't link these applications to make that happen. So currently, I think, as I've said in my report, we can't guarantee that the jobs that are in Northern House will be retained, and the jobs they're referring to, the 467, will be additional jobs or whether it'll.
So it could result in a net loss.
But I think it's important. It's where they're based, isn't it? It's not necessarily the jobs; it's the office where they're based. So it's not necessarily going to result.
That's going to go, isn't it?
Yeah, but it may be that they go home working or other places. I don't think we can say outright that those jobs are going to be lost. It's just that the office space will be lost. But we have now, as part of this proposals, got the extra, well, not extra, not the same, but there is now office space proposed. So again, it's that balance there. That's how we've got there.
I know Councillor Ayre's got a supplementary, but just on that point, Becky, we're actually losing 53,000 square foot of office space as part of this development. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we're losing office space, we're potentially losing 500 jobs, and you're still arguing that the significant benefits of this scheme outweigh the harms.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Ayre had a question.
Taking over as chair, Councillor.
Sorry.
It was, and you probably won't know the answer to this. I was actually considering further. Has there been consideration of knock-on effects? Because companies work to a critical mass. So, assuming they were to lose those 500 jobs out of the city, is there potential that companies could relocate entirely? If they put those other 500 jobs somewhere else in a suite that'll take, say, 800 capacity in Leeds, would they move further jobs out as a result of this? And has consideration been given to that?
I don't think it'd be reasonable to give that consideration as part of this proposal. We have to consider what's in front of us and the loss that we have. I don't think we can then consider potentially something else that we don't know that will happen.
But they have listed economic benefit as one of their, quote, substantial benefits.
Yes, but it's a different economic benefit, isn't it? It's the visitor attraction benefit, not the office benefit.
Okay. We might well return to that. But Councillor de Gorn, it's been a long time since you raised your hand, and I come to you now. Please go ahead.
Well, it's coming seamlessly on. My question relates to office, the issue about office development. Am I right in thinking? Firstly, am I right in thinking that from the initial application, there's been some negotiation to include some office space within this, whereas it wasn't originally going to have any office provision? Am I correct in having that impression?
Yes, that's right. There was no office space. So originally, when the scheme came in, it was a bar restaurant on the ground floor, and then flats above with the visitor attraction as well, ground floor and basement. So the bar restaurant has now been replaced by offices on the ground floor and another full floor of offices above that. So it's 30,000 square feet.
Okay. So the question I've got relates to, on page 58, condition number 4 says that this is where it requires office space shall be used for office accommodation, no other purpose. That's the condition to secure that, I believe. But the question I've got is, how does that relate to the current relaxation? I think it was since 2012, the relaxation that allows conversion of office space to residential without separate planning consent.
So that condition is removing the PD right that you're talking about. So that condition will stop that happening.
So that condition overrides national legislation in some way, does it?
You can do that by the imposition of conditions. That's why that condition has been specifically put on there, because one of the benefits of the scheme is the office use. So given that, that's why we put the condition on there to secure it in perpetuity. It's so that if the regs change or PD rights change, we've done as much as we possibly can, because it specifically mentions the new e-use class, which again was only implemented at the latter end of last year. So that's what that is for. It's to ensure that they remain as office rather than any potential conversion to residential.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holly, you've got a supplementary on that?
Thanks, Chair. Presumably there's nothing similar sort of provision on the current building and use of the office space. Could that just be turned into sort of residential at the moment, or?
They'd have to come in for a prior approval first. Well, yeah, there is PD rights, but the prior approval process would look at a number of factors. So I can't necessarily answer that. There is potential, but I can't say yes or no.
And then
Councillor Hollier?
just follow. Sorry, would that include, as part of that, would you get a sort of contribution for affordable housing?
No, not if it came under PD. We wouldn't know. Well, you don't get any of the contributions that you get through an application.
Thank you. That's very clear. Councillor Fenton, you have been waiting a long time with your question.
Thank you very much, Chair. This question probably for Alison and maybe for Helen from a transport perspective. Paragraph 5.117, there's reference to lengthy discussions with the developer about cycle storage for the apartments. And earlier in the report, Public Health are of the view that cycle storage should not be in the flats. But then at 5.117, the suggestion is that the proposed approach to cycle storage provides a good quality facility. I just wondered if either Alison or Helen knew why the developers had gone down that route in terms of storage in flats rather than in a communal area. Thank you.
Do you want me to take this one, Alison? Hi, my name is Helen Rougier. I'm the Traffic and Highway Development Management Officer for City of York Council. We have discussions with the developers on this, and there are different views in guidance on cycle parking, with some guidance actually advocating individual storage because bikes can have higher values. People are less worried about them being damaged. You can leave your lights and your panniers and things like this on. So in this case, the developer came with this proposal to us, and we reviewed this. We made sure that the lifts were of sufficient size so that we wouldn't have issues with bikes not fitting in the lifts or things like this. And so we ended up agreeing with them that it was acceptable, and that obviously people might use the storage for a different purpose, but that's always the case anyway. But it would be available to individual flats. For most of the flats, obviously some of them still have storage separate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kilbane.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Just a question. I've been going through all the documents and I can't see anything on it. We've seen quite a few visuals on the landscaping around the building, and that seems to include all of Tanner's Moat and it over to Wellington Row, but it doesn't appear to be part of the application. Is that being looked at in a separate application?
No, I believe Tanner's Moat's in the red line boundary. So the public realm enhancements along there are part of the application.
Keep going.
Thank you, Chair. Just on that, obviously, sort of Wellington Row is the main north-south cycle route through the city, and it includes a spare off through Tanner's Moat. And all the visualisations that I'm seeing seem to show it being thoroughly pedestrianised. Has there been any work done, particularly with reference to LTN 120, on the cycling infrastructure for the public realm?
I believe the cycle path's retained. I think it might be a shared surface. Helen might be able to confirm.
Helen?
Hi again. We have asked for a condition which is in the report, and that condition says that we want to see an updated design for this area with a segregated cycle route. So that's conditioned.
So LTN 120 segregated, you mean?
We've asked for a fully segregated route. We've not discussed the exact design, but we'll say it's for approval by the Highway Authority and the Planning Authority. So we would expect it to be.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. At this point, I don't see any further questions from members. Okay. Well, we do have a number of public speakers who've registered, and it will take a little while to bring in those public speakers. It's now just about 5:30. We'll reconvene in 20 minutes at 10 to 6. So we're going to adjourn in order that the technical team can bring in our public speakers. Thank you.
Chair, you're on mute.
Apologies. Welcome back. This is the City of York Council Planning Committee meeting on Wednesday, the 24th of February, 2021. We're looking at item 3A on the agenda, the Northern House, Rougier Street. And we've come to the point in the meeting where we hear from public speakers. We have a number of registered speakers. Again, apologies to those who would like to have had the opportunity. We just couldn't accommodate all of those who would like to have done so. But first, Johnny Hayes, who I understand wishes to speak in objection to this application. Johnny, are you there?
I am, yes. Can you hear me?
Well, we can indeed. Good. 3 minutes and there may be questions.
Okay, thank you. I object to this application for this huge 10-storey block with 211 luxury apartments in the heart of our city. If this development is ever built, I am sure it will become one of York's most hated buildings. It will cause substantial harm to archaeology, heritage, and harm to York's reputation and its skyline. The statutory consultees have all either strongly objected or have made critical comments about this application. The advice from these key consultees has almost overwhelmingly been against approval. The present building is certainly no beauty, and I quote the Conservation Officer's report here. The sheer scale of this current proposal can only be exacerbated the current level of harm by making worst aspects of the existing situation substantially worse. NPPF 193 and 194 would therefore favour rejection in this situation. York Archaeological Trust have in their wisdom decided to become partners with North Star on this development. Their aim is to have a Roman museum in the basement underneath this huge development. Now, without YAT and the museum, the chances of North Star getting planning consent for this development would, in my view, be nil. But the scale of this development and the harm this has on the important heritage assets questions the balance of benefits against harm. Is this price worth paying with this application? Should North Star and York Archaeological Trust go back to the drawing board? In addition, NPPF 199 makes it clear that the Planning Committee need to consider very carefully whether York Archaeological Trust are contradicting the clear advice with regard to the loss of archaeology. This cannot be justified by recording, which is YAT's aims through its digs and research. The advice from the Council for British Archaeology needs to be heeded. Archaeology cannot be replaced, and recording is no substitute. As we certainly are in an uncertain COVID world, what if the museum development fails? Is this application a contingent on the museum being built? In the conditions for approval, it states that there must be a viability review, but this would be too late. Should we not have further consideration now? Finally, there will be several major negatives. Office provision will be reduced from 500 to 250. 42 units of affordable housing that should have been provided, but the developers said they cannot provide any within the projected income. Has the money gone on the museum development? I urge you to reject this huge development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm just looking to see if there are questions from members, but I don't see any. So thank you very much, Mr. Hayes, and no doubt you'll watch the rest of this meeting through the live stream.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our second speaker, Christian Lee Santa Barbara, on behalf of the York Cycle Campaign, who again I understand wishes to speak in objection to this application. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Excellent. You have 3 minutes to address the committee. If we're getting close to 3 minutes, I'll give you a nudge, but do stay with us afterwards in case there are any questions.
Okay, awesome. So the York Cycle Campaign has concerns over the site boundary, lack of high quality cycling infrastructure, inadequate cycle facilities for residents, staff and visitors, and the impact on safe travel to the rail station and around Station Road junction point. The design runs contrary to LTN 1/20 guidelines, York's most recent local transport plan and elements of the MPPF. The site boundary extends over the National Cycle Network Route 65 at Tanner's Moat. We urge the Council to give rigorous protection to this busy north-south route. Leading from Scarborough Bridge to Millennium Bridge, this is a key gateway of the National Cycle Network and valuable means of keeping high volumes of cyclists away from busy, dangerous junctions around Station Road. The current design plans fail to provide a high quality of infrastructure as required in the LTN 1/20 guidelines. Street layouts do not prioritise, segregate or protect cyclists, enhance routes or minimise conflict between cyclists, pedestrians, vehicles, and fail to address the needs of those with reduced mobility as per paragraphs 91, 98, 102C, 104D, 110A, B and C of the MPPF 2019. Design plans are not in line with the LTP3 ambitions to increase and enhance cycling access and use. The design does not satisfy national and local policy. The YCC recommends that Tanner Road to be a cycle-only street for safe access to the Micklegate side of Tanner's Moat and North Street. This is an opportunity to create a gold standard cycle route around the development, accessible for all. The City of York Council must produce a clear plan for protection of access along NCN 65 and the management of construction traffic and safely. Residential designs show cycle parking for 90 cycles. Apartment bicycle stores are only for one cycle. Facilities are insufficient to encourage cycling as a main mode of transport. To facilitate active travel, developers must provide more than the bare minimum, creating space for multiple cycle households, cargo, adapted bikes, trailers, trikes, mobility scooters, all supporting active lifestyles and avoiding inequality for families, elderly or the mobility impaired. The York Cycle Campaign recommends resiting visitor cycle parking from the corner of Tanner Street and Tanner Road to the front of the building where the entrance and main road give better security for users, encouraging more frequent use. It is essential cycling priority is clearly defined and strictly enforced. The design should explicitly meet local and national requirements for street layout and cycling provision, protecting and enhancing routes for cyclists at every opportunity. Roman quarter designs do not yet do this and must go further to deliver the gold standard befitting this part of the national cycle network. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any questions from members? I don't see any. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us. And no doubt you'll watch with interest through the live stream. Lindsay Cowell. Lindsay, are you there? Can you hear me? Lindsay Cowell.
Hello.
Hello. Lindsay, I can hear you fine. You have 3 minutes to address the committee and just wait at the end in case there are any questions that members might want to put. But you have 3 minutes to address the committee. Please do go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Lindsay Cowell. I'm a conservation specialist and I'm opposing the application for the following reasons. The proposal would cause significant damage to the city's heritage, which the applicants do not deny. This massive building would, in the words of the committee report, be completely at odds with the townscape of York. It would harm key views across the city, have an overbearing and deadening impact on Rougier Street, overpower the listed buildings on Tanner Moat, and destroy a large pocket of archaeological strata. The report defines the overall harm as substantial in terms of national policy, which requires the scheme to be rejected unless there are clear public benefits. The supposed main benefits are as follows. Firstly, the provision of a large number of 1- and 2-bedroom apartments. The report advises that this mix of units does not reflect the housing needs of the city centre, but supposes that in combination with larger buildings to be built in the outskirts by someone else at some other time, they might eventually contribute to an acceptable mix. Initially, they would no doubt be attractive to investors and second home buyers. The applicants find it non-viable to include any affordable homes, but offer to pay some compensation if their profits increase. Officers do not appear to have tried to negotiate changes which might make affordable homes viable. Instead, it appears that the flats would be paying for the museum, rather than assisting those trying to get on the housing ladder. Secondly, there is the Roman Museum, involving a large tanked basement sunk into the archaeology. It is claimed that this would be a national or international attraction, bringing jobs and income to the city, but the claims are conjectural. Unlike the Jorvik Viking Centre, it would not be based on what is found in situ, which may well be nothing, but might well have to rely on artefacts and displays brought in to fill the space. Whilst archaeological inspection pits might be justified on this site, the extensive excavation required cannot be justified, especially when the museum could be located somewhere else with less damage. The justification is nearly all provided by Yorkshire Archaeological Trust, which in this case is not an impartial advisor, but a developer with a vested interest in the financial returns. An excavation of this sort, primarily out of curiosity, is contrary to national guidance and opposed by Historic England and all the other specialist bodies which are there to help guide the council. Finally, the environmental benefits cited include the removal of an energy-efficient, unattractive building and some street landscaping, but that would be required of any development on the site. In summary, the protection of our heritage is a paramount obligation of planning authorities who are required by statute to take advice from external heritage bodies. All those bodies are opposed to the proposal. The scheme fails to demonstrate the clear public benefits which might justify the harm, and even the committee report recommending consent admits that the decision is no more than finely balanced. You could equally decide otherwise, and I would strongly urge you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cowell. Are there questions from members? Councillor Kilbane, and then Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Lindsay. I'm just wondering if you can shed light on this argument or discussion that's been sort of going around our heads here tonight. I think obviously none of us are archaeologists, and we're sitting here thinking, well, surely if you dig up archaeology, that's kind of what it's for. So you dig it up and find it. But you're saying that that actually it would cause harm to actually do the dig. Can you explain why it would cause harm as opposed to just leaving it and never seeing it?
Yes. Well, the legislation stems from the episode of the Queen's Hotel down in Micklegate in the 1980s, 1970s, where archaeology was becoming troublesome. It's become an accepted and main principle of modern archaeology that unless you have to open up archaeological pits, you leave the archaeology undisturbed underground, because in future archaeologists will be better equipped to be able to examine and make sense of what is found. And indeed, a lot of archaeology, once it's been opened, is deliberately covered over again in order to protect it. So it is better there being protected than opened up now with the limited technology that we have available to us. And that is built into the legislation, into the NPPF.
Thank you. Councillor Waters, you had a question.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to ask a similar question to Councillor Kilbane, so I think it only leaves me to thank the Speaker for reiterating to everybody the paramount importance for this planning committee of the protection of our heritage, which doesn't just include what's buried in the ground, but the skyline of York. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. So, Mr. Cowell, thank you very much. And as I've said to other public speakers, although you'll be dropping out of the meeting, you are quite welcome, of course, to watch the rest of this as we move forward. Our next public speaker, thank you. Our next public speaker is Fern Morell, who again, I understand, wishes to speak in objection. Fern Morell, are you there, Fern?
I'm here. Hello.
Excellent. Good. So you have the opportunity to speak to the committee, and if we get close to 3 minutes, I'll just give you a nudge.
Perfect. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. So, for centuries, your ambitious ancestors and architects have truly blessed this city with a beautiful housing heritage. It's a fact. Traditional architecture invites connections, and we have millions of visitors every year to come see just that. I don't know when you last walked around town, but the streets are full of empty shops and buildings. We should be working towards a planning strategy with a holistic assessment, using small local operators to regenerate what's already here, not bolt-on buildings. This unvirtuous cycle of investors who create commodity apartments, ration on quality to maximise on profit, They've got very little investment in the place beyond personal financial gains. It ain't welcome in York. I've lived in these types of flats. They're not pleasant. You can't even hang a shelf on the wall. They're like, it's awful. Obviously, the role of finance is huge and drives most decisions. Hate to break it to you, we are on the brink of a worldwide recession. The tax revenue you've been promised at the start of these proposals, they're no longer applicable. And as we've heard tonight, they are moving the goalposts constantly. I understand you feel under pressure to secure the future prosperity of York. Honestly, this is not the answer. The only people profiting from this will be the developers and shareholders. The welfare and well-being of residents will do more for turnover than any other contribution and be way more sustainable. This is fool's gold, and these walls will city walls were built to keep the invader out. Seems to me you're inviting them in, you've set the table for a feast, and this building is a beast. Decisions we make today are not to be for the next generation and the one after that. Like, what's your truth? Like, what's your legacy as a member of this council? Tetris Town Shadowland, pride, pomp and circumstance, or integrity? You have such a privileged and powerful position. York has been enduring and holding a world stage prominence forever, since before records began, before the Romans got here, man. Small and mighty, unadulterated, with a charming presence. You are the current guardians. Do not allow this assault on our heritage. Honestly, please find strength, courage, and most importantly, common sense. Say no. Like, honestly, say no. You could organise a street artist to paint the building that's already there, stick some pot plants, some window boxes on. You get more foot flow coming to that than a digital display in a basement. It's not even going to be like artifacts for people to look at. It's going to be massively underwhelming, disappointing. Honestly, they're taking you for a ride, this company. Tell North Star to get out of our city. It's enough. Listen to the people. Don't make this mistake. That's what I say.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your contribution. Bear with us. There may yet be questions from members.
Okay.
But Councillor Waters.
Again, not so much a question, just a thanks for some of the points raised and the heartfelt contribution.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for the contribution you've made. By all means, continue watching through the live stream. Thank you, Fern. So we move on to our next speaker, who has a number of colleagues available to answer questions. Eamon Keogh, are you there? Eamon, can you hear me?
Yes, Chair.
Excellent.
Yes, Chair, I'm here.
And
Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine, and I understand that you have a number of others who would be available to answer questions if the committee members have particular areas they want to just delve into. But you have 3 minutes to address the committee, and do go ahead.
Thanks, Jay. Yeah, I'd also like to mention that we were going to have, I just said, more speakers before the decision yesterday, so we've had to condense our what we're going to say. So that's why we have other people to bring in as and when. But if I can give you my address now, I'm Eamon Keogh. I'm a director of O'Neill Associates, planning consultants for the Roman Quarter, and a resident of York. The importance of this scheme for the city cannot be overstated. The design has evolved over a 3-year period following a close working relationship with the Council's design team and in collaboration with local stakeholders. Following your office's advice, several alterations have been made to the scheme, including the addition of a substantial amount of Grade A office space and a 2-storey reduction in height. The Council's conservation area appraisal identifies this part of York as one of the few locations in the city centre that can accommodate a building of this scale. As the drawings and images in your briefing pack demonstrate, the scale of this building is not at all at odds with this part of the city and is lower and narrower than its 2 immediate neighbours. Opportunities for significant archaeological investigation in the area of archaeological importance are very limited due to above-ground heritage. This scheme represents a unique opportunity for an archaeological investigation to discover York's Roman past. This is possible because of the partnership between York Archaeological Trust and a developer willing to not just allow an archaeological dig on the development site with all the delay that that entails, but also to fund it. The archaeology investigation is supported by 13 eminent archaeologists and the city's archaeologists. The new office space will be to a higher specification, more suited to the changing requirements of office-based work. Discussions with existing occupiers over the past 3 years indicate that they all intend to remain in York, but they require a much better standard of office space and are looking to leave Northern House at the end of their current leases in the next 2 years. The scheme will see the existing nondescript buildings replaced with a vibrant, high-quality building that will complement the regeneration that has already taken place in this area of the city. It will enliven Rougier Street and, as important, will complement and support other significant regeneration, such as the remodelling of the station frontage and the regeneration of York Central that has recently got underway. Crucially, the scheme will also provide a major economic boost of £334 million by 2050 and will signal the city's positive response to the economic challenge we face as we emerge from the COVID pandemic. Wide support is evident from local and regional bodies for this project. In conclusion, your officers have assessed the scheme against national and draft local plan policies and have concluded that planning balance is clearly in favour of approval. This scheme offers an encouraging and positive vision for the future of the city, which deserves the support of the council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm going to be very surprised if there aren't questions from members of the council. There are quite a number who are indicating. Councillor Douglas first, then Councillor Fisher, please.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to ask the agent what the decision making is around viability of a site when you first buy it, and why it appears that for this site, affordable housing has been put so low priority on the list. Well,
the site was bought as a going concern as an office, but clearly also with limited life. The offices have a limited life. The Northern House is a 1960s building. It doesn't match up to modern space requirements, what occupiers are seeking. As I said in my address, the owners of the building have been in discussion over a number of years with the existing occupiers, and the leases are falling in or ending in the next 2 years. And all the occupiers have indicated they do want to stay in York, but they are looking for a higher standard of space. The future for the building, therefore, is limited as office space. It would be Grade B office space. It would be difficult to upgrade to Grade A. And as newer office space becomes available in the city, this building would get left behind as an office building. That's why we've also taken the step of securing a scheme for conversion to residential using permitted development rights to protect the future interests of the owners of the building. But the site itself clearly has potential for a different form of development, which is what we've brought forward. Government guidance tells us that, particularly in a city like York, which is surrounded by greenbelt, we've got to make the best use of the land within the city, and that's what this scheme seeks to do. In terms of affordable housing, we're providing, as it's been described, a substantial benefit in the form of the Roman visitor attraction and an archaeological dig. The archaeological dig itself will take 2 years as the first stage of development. It will cost in the region of £2 million to fund, which again has been paid for by the developers. All of this reduces the ability of the scheme to support other forms of obligations, such as affordable housing. But the developers do recognise the concerns of the members and the city in general, and that is why we have made the offer of £500,000 of commuted sum payments for affordable housing.
Not sure if we just have lost our speaker there.
Hello?
I think we lost you for a moment. We heard the commutable sum for affordable housing. Whatever you said after that, we didn't pick up. Would you?
Well, there was nothing else after that. That's all. Okay. That was more or less the end of what I was saying. Thank you.
Okay. Then there's I think a supplementary there from Councillor Douglas.
I'm sorry, I'm not really sure that you answered my question. I'm asking you why affordable housing is such a low priority. I mean, it's so far down the list that it's not even on the list until yesterday, apparently.
Well,
And I just would like to understand, I suppose, how the developer North Star views affordable housing and why they don't think that this development deserves to have affordable housing in it in the city centre, rather than being pushed off and coming in at the last moment and then being given for a development that won't be at that location. It will be somewhere else in the future at a time that likely it will be too late for people who need affordable housing now.
Well, the development wouldn't be realised for a number of years in any event because of the archaeological dig. So even the market housing is going to be several years down the line. We haven't pushed affordable. There's been no deliberate policy not to provide affordable housing. The scheme was conceived as a residential scheme which would support and have beneath it the Roman visitor attraction, facilitating, as we've said, this kind of unique opportunity for an archaeological dig, which really does not happen much in the city. So that opportunity has a cost attached to it. That opportunity of having an archaeological dig and providing the visitor attraction, and when that cost is taken into account along with the overall cost of the scheme, because there's also demolition of the building and other abnormal costs taken into account, then the scheme viability didn't support affordable housing.
Councillor Pavlovic, you have a supplementary on this?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, given Eamon, that you've now the developers have now come forward with some money for affordable housing, why have you decided that that should be off-site? Why not say, okay, we've now decided that we're prepared to forego some of our profits and we will put affordable housing on this site? Is it that these developers and you don't want affordable housing in your nice luxury 211 apartments?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Pavlovic. We haven't used the word luxury apartments. I think that's the objectors who have used that phrase. As you've probably been familiar with on other schemes involving apartments, on a scheme like this, there will be quite a bit of management cost involved in terms of managing the building, managing the public realm around the building, managing the interaction between the office space and residential space, and also the management of the visitor attraction and the new street that's been created between the Aviva building and the new building. So all the normal in schemes like this, the management costs make the provision of affordable housing within the scheme unviable, and most housing associations, when faced with those management costs, prefer to take the commuted sum so they can provide their own affordable housing in a more viable form. And this sum, of course, is available to the council as a commuted sum, which can be used in its own schemes as well. So it's a more flexible use of the sum that's available rather than embedding it in the building.
Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. As the planning officer says, this is a finely balanced decision, and there is clear harm to the heritage assets at the top end of less than substantial. So clearly the public benefit is going to be extremely important. Now, I'll leave it to others to deal with affordable housing. I was going to bring it up, but my concern is about the visitor numbers that you are claiming for the attraction. Because if you look on page 36, paragraph 568, it says the attraction itself is anticipated to bring about 500,000 visitors to the city. That's great, 500,000. Then we see in David Jennings' written submission, I'm not sure whether he's going to present this or not, it says with over 500,000 visitors a year to the actual attraction, which is a very different thing, because that could include locals who go to look at it. It could include people who are in the city who are actually already for other purposes, who come to see the Minster or whatever, who go to it. I'm concerned that we are over-egging the economic benefits of this. There is a discontinuity between those two figures and the way they're assessed, and it worries me greatly. Can you comment on that, please?
Councillor, can you still hear me? Councillor Fisher?
We can indeed. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, lovely. Thank you for that question, Councillor Fisher. I'd like to bring in Sarah Maltby from York Archaeological Trust, who can explain a bit more about how the...
It's Heidi from Legal. We appear to have got a councillor who has lost his audio. Can we just pause for one moment, please? The regulations require that everybody can hear and be heard. I just need to double check that he can hear all of that.
Can all councillors hear at the moment? Please just indicate with a hand that you can hear clearly.
I think the message was Councillor de Gorn.
Councillor de Gorn can't hear.
Yeah, it's
sound.
Richard Jackson here from CYC doing technical.
Thank you.
What I'll do is I will message Councillor de Gorn saying that we're going to ask him to leave. Well, ask him to leave the meeting and to rejoin. I'll just do that now.
Okay, we'll wait whilst that happens, please.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably worth staying on rather than adjourning, just because it's slightly complex with all the public speakers in.
Apologies for that, Eamon.
No, that's helpful.
It's Heidi Lehane, solicitor for the council, and it's just really important under the coronavirus regulations that with these virtual meetings, everybody can hear and be heard. And I just got a message that one of the councillors couldn't. So it's really important that I just make sure that we can get him back so he can hear. So if you just bear with us, that would be great.
That's absolutely fine, no problem. We just mute for a moment then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've messaged Councillor de Gorn, so hopefully we'll get the message. And yes, he's left now, so we'll see if it resolves it when it comes back. Thank you. Yeah, Councillor de Gorn is just rejoining. Hi there, Councillor de Gorn. Can you hear us okay?
I can now. Yes, sorry, I lost all sound. I could still see you moving, but
okay.
Had no sound.
Councillor de Gorn, can I ask at what point
I think Councillor Fisher had just started to speak, and then there was a response from Heidi, but I didn't hear any of that.
Councillor Fisher had just started to speak.
Yes, and then there was a response from, I think, from a legal officer, was there?
No, I think he was asking the question, Chair. I wonder if he could repeat his question.
That would be helpful.
Yeah.
Councillor Fisher, let's rewind to that point if we can.
Apologies.
I know it's difficult. No, it's very helpful. Councillor Fisher, just if you will, just remind us of the question.
I'm very sorry to inflict this on you a second time, but basically my concern was about a discontinuity between the figures quoted in the report of 500,000 visitors being attracted to the city once the new attraction is open, and the comment by David Jennings in his written submission that the facility, the actual visitor attraction, will receive 500,000 visitors. That's not the same thing, because the suggestion in the report is that 500,000 people will come to the city just to visit this attraction, whereas in actual fact what we're getting by that suggestion is 500,000 people, both locals, people who are already here, visiting that. And clearly in the second case there's less economic benefit than people coming to stay in the city specifically to see this attraction.
Would it be possible to respond to that?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Can I just before we were interrupted because of technical issues, I was going to bring in Sarah Maltby from the York Archaeological Trust, who can she is responsible for the attraction run by the York Archaeological Trust. So I'll let her answer that question. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Are you? Okay. It's my name's Sarah Maltby. I'm the Director of Attractions for York Archaeological Trust. So there are a number of points really on that I want to make. The 500,000 visitors, the 500,000 visitors are visitors to the attraction. That is what we've done our business planning on. We've got that figure, and I know there was a question earlier in the meeting about where that came from. We've got that figure from working with external consultants who've looked at other attractions that have been built recently in other major cities. So, for example, the Richard III attraction in Leicester and also the Titanic attraction in Belfast, both of which have around that number, if not significantly more visitors. In terms of comparing it to Jorvik, yes, it does have 400,000 visitors a year. It has been around for 36 years, but when it first opened, it had 1 million visitors. So actually, we're thinking that the 500,000 visitors is quite a conservative estimate, particularly in view of the fact that the new attraction will be 3 times as big as Jorvik. So it can welcome a lot more people through its doors. So, and then finally, I suppose the thing to talk about is the fact that a lot of the attractions or museums in York already attract in excess of 600,000 visitors. I'm thinking the Minster and the National Railway Museum. So I think it's perfectly possible to suggest, and not ambitious at all. In fact, as I say, I think it's conservative to suggest that we will get 500,000 visitors through the door of the attraction.
Can I just say that's subtly different to what I asked, which is, will these 500,000 people all becoming people who are coming from outside to stay in the city and actually spend money in restaurants, bars while they're staying here? Or will it include people who, for example, live in the city, who go and have a look at it, who don't spend significant amounts in the local economy?
Can we hold that just for a moment and also allow Councillor Eyre with his supplementary? And then perhaps, Sarah, if you'd respond to both.
Yeah, it was on that comment Sarah made where she said that the business case was predicated on 500,000. Does that mean if that figure drops below 500,000, it no longer becomes economically viable?
Shall I answer that part of the question first? Yes.
Go ahead. Yes,
no, that's not the case. There is a point at which obviously it doesn't, but it's very much lower than 500,000 within our projections. So there is a long pause time to get to that low number. So I think hopefully that answers that question. And the other question in terms of who those visitor mix will be, yes, it will be a mix of local people, we hope, residents of York and also visitors coming into the city. I think residents also spend in the city. There's plenty to do within the city. But as I say, the 500,000 is a conservative estimate, and I think we'll have very much more than that.
Okay. Thank you for those answers. I've got another supplementary from Councillor Kilbane. Councillor Kilbane, yours is supplementary?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just following on from Councillor Eyre's question, if the museum does become unviable and goes bust, what happens? You know, especially given that the main public benefit for this building is the museum. Is the museum being underwritten? Will it be kept in perpetuity, or does it just go bust and repurposed for something else?
Hello, committee. This is David Jennings. I'm the Chief Executive of York Archaeological Trust. I guess that's a more of a generic question in a way, Councillor Kilbane, that relates to any attraction or museum in terms of its viability. I would hope, my optimist answer, and I don't know whether Chief Executive Straw is optimist, is that, you know, we have been in existence since 1972. We've been running the York Viking Centre since 1984. We have a significant expertise in how to run attractions. So, of course, there is, and the answer as to what happens to a museum, an accredited museum, which this would be when it closes, is a complicated one. And the assets of the charity would ultimately, first of all, be divested to another similar educational charity in such a circumstance. But obviously, we're not planning for that to happen. Hoping to approach our half century next year. And as Sarah said, the modelling for Iver Arkham is based on a much lower number to be economically viable. And we're very confident that it will be successful. Thank you.
Councillor Pavlovic, yours is a supplementary?
It is, Chair. You don't know what's under the ground, do you? So you don't know what you're actually going to find and what's going to form the basis of the of the visitor centre, you might find nothing under there. You might find something, but it might not be anything that's going to attract 500,000 visitors plus a year. So there is a significant risk from the archaeological perspective of putting all your eggs in the basket of what you're going to find under there. Or have I missed a load of work that's been done previously?
If I could just respond to that question. I mean, again, thanks for the question. I mean, the reality is, as I think Claire McRae may have said in her presentation, we have, in fact, actually put a trench in the location of where we are proposing to do the deep excavation. So we have, in essence, excavated about 3% of the area, and that has shown that we have a complete sequence going back right to the very origins of the Roman city, all the way through, as the city archaeologist said, through to the medieval period. So we do actually have quite an understanding of the depth of stratigraphy and the richness of the organic material, which has also been mentioned this evening. So the reality is we have a fair degree of knowledge of what is going to be found in that location. And the other aspect to this is that, as I would be presenting in my own presentation, hopefully in a couple of minutes, the approach to we want to stress that this is very much an archaeological museum. This is very much not just about, if I can use Jorvik as a parallel, Jorvik Viking Centre is actually showing people a very much an everyday part of the city. It's not the halls of Eric Bloodaxe. It's not the defended centre of the city. It is the street of craftspeople. It's the story of the everyday. And really, I think the appeal of the Jorvik Viking Centre is exactly that, that we show people compelling insight into everyday life. And in that sense, the benefits of putting together this attraction is precisely that we're going to bring the latest techniques and methods of archaeological analysis so that we can begin to bring that to life for people. So we don't know exactly what's down there, and discovery is all part of the excitement, but I can absolutely guarantee, from having worked in professional archaeology for over 30 years, that we will probably generate far more questions than we will answer by the time we've got to the end of our investigation, and hopefully that will just be the springboard for a lot more exciting research in the future.
Okay, now members, as you've been aware, David Jennings is also registered to speak and will be speaking as our next public speaker. So I suggest might be helpful to save questions specifically around the York Archaeological Trust until we've heard more from him, and maybe at the moment would be good to direct our questions to the applicant, particularly. Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to go back to the comments I made earlier, I suppose, about the viability assessment. So the initial position of the applicant was that there was no flexibility or scope within this. We're now being told that there is £500,000 worth of scope. Is that coming off the developer profit of 16.33%? If so, what is your current forecast profit? And what is the bottom line of that? Is this as low, if that's 15.9, can it go to 14.5?
Thank you, Councillor Eyre. The viability has been carried out in following national planning policy guidance rules. It's a standard viability approach that's used throughout the country, and it's been assessed by district valuer. The applicants are keen for this scheme to go ahead because clearly, as I've explained, this building has a limited shelf life going forward as an office scheme, as an office building. The funders are taking a long-term view, a 50-year funding view, so it's not a quick in and out. And they've also got a unique asset class in the form of the museum, which adds value to the scheme. Yes, we are, in response, I suppose, to concerns and to comments that were made around affordable housing. The developers, they haven't simply found money, they're just taking they're taking a view on the return they're going to achieve, and that will be a lower return. I don't know what the impact, precisely the return will be, what you've just quoted, but it'll certainly, yes, it will be a lower percentage return as a result of making this £500,000 contribution.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Councillor Kilbane.
Okay.
I'm sorry, just a moment. Councillor Waters, was that a supplementary or is it a different question?
No, it's just putting me on the list for a different question.
Okay, all right, sorry.
Thank you.
Councillor Kilbane, please continue.
I've got a couple of questions. I'm happy to ask one and let Councillor Waters in and come back. Hi, Eamon. We've received a submission from representatives of the Music Venue Trust who say that they were promised a music venue in this location, and there doesn't appear to be one on the plans. Have you got anything to say on that subject?
Yeah, the music venue was included in the description of development. As the discussions on the scheme progressed with officers, officers made clear that the priority was office space, and that is why I suppose the music venue has got edged out. However, the applicant, as you know, is involved in other schemes around the city, and is currently working with the Museum Venue Trust, to find an alternative location for a 500 to 600 music venue in the city. So it's not something that's been pushed to one side by the applicant. He's working on other schemes. This scheme is not displacing an existing music venue, and we did look, as I say, initially to see what we could do to accommodate an increase in music venues across the city, but the priority identified to us was for increased amount of office accommodation.
Just for clarity,
please carry
Chair,
on, Councillor Kilbane.
So
yes,
just for clarity, Chair, the reason for the question is that the developer closed the music venue that was Fibbers, and the promise was, I believe, that would be replaced. So just in case people.
Well, I think, I think, Councillor, but that's why I think the applicant is working with the museum, with the Music Venue Trust to find alternative space in the city.
Okay, that may well be something we come back to. I understand that you have a further question, Councillor Kilbane, but I will give Councillor Waters the opportunity and then come back to you. And then after that to Councillor Pavlovic.
Thank you, Chair. Eamon, I was intrigued with something you said probably at the very outset, that you spent a long collaboration with the City of York Council design team. How then do we explain page 7, 8 and 9, 3 full pages of probably the strongest objections I have ever read to an application from the Council's Conservation Officer? And I particularly draw your attention to paragraph 3.10 when he refers to what your proposal is at complete odds with the liveliness of York's characteristic skyline. And I'd refer you to something that I think you're long enough in the tooth to remember, which is the considerable time that an earlier iteration of the planning committee spent on getting the roof line of the Aviva building on the corner of Tanner Row lively, shall we say, to fit in with that skyline.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor Waters. I'd like to bring in some colleagues to help on this question. But just firstly, to address the last point you made about the lively skyline, we are proposing, and there will be space on the roof. We're hoping for roof gardens, so that would hopefully produce a lively roof line. But in terms of the Conservation Officer's comments, I think I'd like to ask Chris Millet and Timur from Montague Evans to perhaps give us their response, because there's quite a few comments that were raised there, and I think they're the people who have spent a lot of time and a lot of effort carrying out a substantial amount of work to consider the heritage impact. I would just like to make one point, however, in response to something Rachel said, that she'd worked a long time with the applicants. We've actually spent most of our time working, or at least our architect, Neil Brown, has spent most of his time working with Guy Hansen. It was only laterally in the project that Rachel became involved. So our experience is not one of close working with Rachel. It's actually one of a close relationship and working relationship with Guy Hansen. But I'll leave it at that, and I'd ask Chris Millay and Timur to perhaps respond to some of the points that Rachel was making.
Thank you.
Good evening, Councillor. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Taglioli from Montague Evans. I'm a partner at Montague Evans, and we have been advising on the heritage townscape and visual impact work, which, as you rightly say, Councillor, it's been an absolutely crucial part of the process. And we have, as Eamon has said, we've worked very closely with Guy Hansen all the way through the stages, and that has been a very open and, I have to say, very good relationship throughout. And we started very early in our instruction and our work on this project with undertaking virtual computer modelling, so that we mapped the visibility of the development very accurately. And going back to one of the points that the conservation architect made, is that the development is very visible across the city, whereas our modelling showed that, in actual fact, the visibility is limited mainly to the immediate streets around the city, around the site, and that there are some medium distance views and longer distance views from elevated positions, such as from Clifford Tower and York Minster. And those view locations were identified as part of the visibility analysis, and we shared that with the council, and we agreed those positions with them. And in fact, we included some views where you couldn't see it, just to make that point. But I think it's important just to address one area, which is the level of harm, particularly in relation to the conservation area, because obviously the assessment that the conservation architects made is that we were at the upper level of less than substantial harm. I think it's important just to look at that just for a moment, because it is relevant to the balance that you will be making. And I think the officer was quite right to say that substantial harm, which is the starting point, is a very high test, and that's tantamount to demolition or total loss of an asset, the significance of an asset. So for a high level of harm, even if it's just below the threshold of substantial, particularly to the conservation area, it must mean we are just below losing or removing the significance of the conservation area. And we don't disagree at all that the conservation area is highly significant, have a rich history, and that it's very nuanced, and that's articulated within the conservation area appraisal. And we've been very mindful of the sensitivity of the site. However, the conservation area is a very large asset. It's made up of 24 character areas, and the site lies as one of those, and it lies adjacent to another. As I've said, the modelling that we showed actually showed that the visibility wasn't as widespread as I think has been suggested. And again, we actually included those workings as part of the Heritage Townscape Visual Impact Assessment that was submitted as part of the application. And there isn't visibility, for example, from Bootham, Warmgate, and even from the Minster, and there's no harm that's been identified by the council to the Minster. And if we just focus just quickly on the railway character area, there is no visibility from the southern part of the railway character area to the south of the Grand along the city walls. In fact, we worked very closely with the architects and Guy Hansen to ensure that that wasn't the case. So we limited any visibility and visual impact. So if we were to consider the impact on the conservation area, actually the test and policy is to consider the impact on the conservation area as a whole. And in our judgment, taking that proportionate approach, we do find harm. There's no, and we do admit that, but it's we do find that, but it's not at the upper level. We find that it's at the lower level, taking into account that proportionate analysis. Thank you.
Thank you for that contribution. Is this a follow-up, Councillor Waters?
Yes, Chair. Your findings as developer are at odds with the advice that we need to take and consider from the council's own conservation architects as to the level of harm. Would you agree?
Well, yes, you need to be advised by your officers, and we are here to state why we may disagree or agree with the conclusion. Thank you.
Councillor Kilbane, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. And here's a question for Team York, and just to acknowledge that valiant defence. Actually, I think the defence that it's not that harmful because you can't see it from a lot of places is okay. I want to take you back to what the conservation architect said, which, and I was quite surprised to hear it, but she said, Rachel Clementson said, she is struggling to think of a project which could be any more harmful to the conservation area or the heritage assets, and the only more harm you could do would be by knocking a hole through the city walls. I just wonder what you think of that comment.
Well, I think you've raised two points there. The first is in relation to impacts on significance and simply through visual impact. And I think I agree entirely that it's not simply about visual impact. However, when you're considering setting, the first point, and this is a matter of best practice and is set out in the Historic England guidance, is that we consider visibility, and then there are other matters that relate to bulk, scale, mass, and architectural articulation, and other matters around how the building functions as well as part of the conservation area. So all of those matters certainly do have an influence on our assessment. So, and I'm very happy to talk to that. In terms of the comment that was made by Rachel, with due respect, we don't agree with that assessment, partly for the reasons that I've made. I would also just because another point is relating to the setting of the list of buildings, and I should say that we've worked through again with Guy and the officers to ensure that where there is harm, it has been minimised. Now that's not a point of policy; that is a point of guidance. But for example, the reduction in scale at the southern end of the site as it meets the Micklegate character area. And those smaller listed buildings, the amendment to the scheme to address that smaller scale has improved the scheme, but it has also lowered the level of harm. And these are matters of subjective judgment, of course they are, and I'm very happy to discuss the reasons why we feel that the impact is appropriate, but mostly. Just as a matter of fact, the building is at its northern end, where it's tallest at 10 stories, is no greater in height than the Aviva building or Malmaison to the south. At the southern end, it's no higher than the Victorian buildings, the listed buildings along George Hudson Street, and then steps down along Tanner Street, Tanner Row, again down to 3 stories. So we feel that the development responds quite sensitively and appropriately to the development, to the first of all conservation area, but also to the setting of the listed buildings. And I think that's with respect. I don't think we agree with, we don't agree with the conservation architect.
Thank you. A question from Councillor Pavlovic.
Thank you, Chair. I just thought whilst we had the architect here, I'd ask a question that's slightly separate, but could you just tell me what modelling work has been done regarding the possible impact of the narrowing of the road and the heights of the buildings becoming something of a wind tunnel? Anybody that's walked down Rougier Street when it's windy already knows that they're battling against the wind. This could conceivably make it markedly worse, and we've seen other developments in other cities that have had to be closed as a result of the impact of creating a wind tunnel.
Good evening, Chair. Can you hear me?
We can still hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, I didn't realise we were on. Good evening, Neil Brown, architect at Vincent and Brown, and local resident. Thank you for the question, Councillor Pavlovic. We've had some wind analysis done on the both sides of the street that you were talking about, and wind, if you imagine, is often a problem if it hits a taller building and creates what's called a vortex at a lower level, and sort of and it impacts on the street level and pedestrians when you're walking around the street. Our building is too low to create that condition, and the organic sort of intentional nature of the design and the way that this scheme has been broken up elevationally. If you see from some of the visuals, we've broken up the scheme in 4 vertical components with vertical recesses, horizontal recesses, that all sort of stop the impact of any wind down the street. So the analysis, I don't have it in front of me at the moment, the analysis that's been done has resulted in the fact, or it's given the conclusion that there is no worse impact from this scheme.
Thank you for that. Sorry, you're going to say more?
Sorry, that's it.
Thank you for that response. At this moment, I don't have any other questions. Councillor Pavlovic.
Sorry, that was a supplementary to Councillor Kilbane's. I did have a question for Eamon, if he's still there.
Yes, I am, yeah.
Yeah, and it's relating to a point that Councillor Eyre made right at the very outset of the meeting, where we were talking about the job situation. When Northern House is knocked down, which will presumably be relatively soon, 500 jobs are going to be lost immediately. Where are Network Rail, those 500 jobs, going to go? And is there a significant risk that they will be lost permanently from the city and its extensive railway heritage?
Thanks, Councillor Pavlovic, for that question. As you can imagine, we have anticipated that question because we've been doing quite a lot of work on that question over the last few years. As I explained at the outset, the owners of the building have been in discussion with the occupiers for a number of years, including the largest occupier, which is Network Rail. I think we need to make a distinction between the loss of office space, which, as we've explained, is substandard and declining over time, and the loss of jobs. We're not anticipating any loss of jobs. The Network Rail are a major presence in the city, and they've indicated to us they intend to remain in the city, and that this scheme is not going to prompt them to leave. What they do need, however, is Grade A office space. The Northern House will not be vacated immediately. The programme at the moment is that there would be a 2-year archaeological dig during which Northern House would remain standing and occupied. So the dig goes on beneath what is now Rougier House and Society, and Northern House remains occupied. There's a lot happening, as you can imagine, in the area of office space. I think what's happening tonight is one example of that, the fact that we're virtual. And I think occupiers are looking afresh at how they use office space. We have, as I said, the occupiers still have leases, some of which have 18 months or 2 years yet to expire. North Star are currently promoting 2 other schemes in the city for office development at the Crescent and at Toft Green. Both of those schemes are currently in application, and we're making good progress on those with officers. In addition, we understand that Network Rail are looking to consolidate their presence in their own office building somewhere in the city, and they're actively looking at that at the moment. So we're not envisaging, and the economic impact assessment we had carried out does not envisage that the loss of the office space will necessarily result in the loss of jobs. or will it result in the loss of jobs at all? And as has been mentioned previously, the scheme has been revised recently following in-depth discussions, quite detailed discussion with your officers. We reduced the number of apartments, and we've now introduced 30,000 square feet of what will be Grade A office space when the scheme is complete.
Thank you. Before I give Councillor de Gorn the opportunity to ask the question that he's waiting to ask, Councillor Eyre, we did lose you from the screen for a moment. Could you just confirm that you've been able to hear everything that's been said?
Good hear, yes, Chair.
Thank you. Just for the record, thank you. Councillor de Gorn.
Thank you. I wanted to return to the conservation aspects, so I'm not sure who it was who was answering the questions in terms of the impact on the listed buildings and the setting and so on. But I wanted to refer to paragraph 3.16 on page 9 of our report. And just to understand, because obviously there was a challenge to the notion that the views of our conservation architect were not accurate or not accepted. So I just wanted to check whether there was any dispute over the statement here that says the new proposal for 10-storey development attached to and projecting out nearly to the ridge of a terrace and extending a further 7 stories above will completely destroy any sense of a domestic scale and setting of the listed buildings. So, I mean, in terms of the discussion we had earlier about destroying listed buildings, it seems to be that this argument here, it goes on to say, well, listed buildings were completely overshadowed by a monolith many times larger than that bears no relationship with it. Which to my mind seems to be implying that a large proportion of the aesthetic appreciation of those listed buildings will be destroyed by this development. So I wonder if you'd want to comment on that.
Thank you, Councillor de Gorn. Again, that issue has been comprehensively addressed in our submission, but I think I'll let Timur respond to you on that because he is the person who carried out that piece of work.
Yes, thank you, Councillor, for the comment. I would like to just make two or three comments which I think are relevant. I mean, the first point is the conservation area appraisal identifies that this area is suitable for large development, and because this part of the area already contains tall buildings or large buildings in this area. Now, what I'm not suggesting is that more harm justifies, existing harm already justifies more harm. Not at all. It's simply the case that in our judgment, the setting of this, well, first of all, the significance of these buildings, 16 and 17 Rougier Street, is derived from their age as early Victorian houses, and they retain interior decoration and architectural they retain architectural detailing to the interior plan form, etc., which all contributes to their significance. Their setting is defined by their relationship with not only with the building, the northern house, which you see rising above the roof line in the current condition, but also Rougier Street and the traffic and the noise, which is associated with that, which is a busy area, as we know, and also part of that approach from the station. So in the proposed condition, there will be a taller building. I don't think we shy away from that. We don't shy away from the fact there will be a taller building than what is there now. There will be a change in character of the building in comparison, because what we have and what you'll read initially above the building, those listed buildings, particularly from the street, will be the level, the podium from the upper part and the middle part of the new development. And but nevertheless, the context of having these buildings, which are already, their setting has already been eroded to some extent by the street, by Rougier Street, will remain. Now, we have found harm, and we consider that it's at the lower end, and I'll tell you the reason why we consider it at the lower end of less than substantial harm. There was a recent appeal decision called the Chiswick Curve decision, which identified that the intrinsic, or stated the inspector found that the intrinsic interest of a listed building is essentially what's embodied in the building itself, and that when you then deal with an impact of setting, which we are dealing with here, then that impact would not necessarily go to the heart of the reason why that building is of architectural and historic merit in and of itself. And that is the reason we've taken that approach. The other point that I should point out is the scheme has been amended so that the rear part of those buildings, as they face southwest down Rougier Street, the scheme now reveals the rear elevations and gives more definition to those buildings as a group on the corner of the site than they do currently, because currently Northern House and the lower block lies adjacent. So giving that ability to appreciate the block in and of itself is a more favourable condition at street level, but we appreciate that there will be a change to the setting above, and we do find harm.
Thank you. Do members have any other questions at this point? No. In that case, I think we can move on to our next speaker, who we've already heard from. Are we okay? So David Jennings, I don't know if you can hear me, David.
Yes, I can. Thank you, Chair. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you for speaking to the committee. You have 3 minutes to do so, and there will, I'm sure, be questions afterwards.
Thank you very much. Well, good evening, Chair and members. Just to repeat, I'm David Jennings, the Chief Executive of York Archaeological Trust, partners in the project. The heritage part of the project has 3 main components: excavation, public engagement programme, and attraction. The excavation is proposed for 4 main reasons. First, it is in an area of rich archaeological deposits. Secondly, as we have undertaken major excavations on nearby sites, we can understand a far wider zone of the Roman city. Thirdly, the public's ability to see and participate in excavation engenders wider public support for the conservation and promotion of heritage. Fourthly, we know so little of the Roman city. For example, we do not know the location of a single major Roman public building from York. By contrast, in London, excavations have revealed the amphitheatre, forum, temples, baths, and governor's palace. Our public engagement programme, running alongside the excavation, will be the largest and most inclusive ever to take place in York and probably the whole of the UK, offering year-round site access and opportunities for everyone. Every school child in York will be able to visit for free and do projects with artists or scientists, or have live-streamed sessions broadcast into their classroom. Over 400 have already signed up as volunteers, and we want more. We will use the dig to improve people's health and well-being, particularly the disadvantaged, disabled, or those with mental health problems. This has already received backing from York CBS, Converge, Town Hall Smart, and Social Vision. Ultimately, the wider community will have co-ownership of the attraction, inputting into exhibitions, telling their stories, and becoming volunteers or staff. Operating Jorvik over the past 36 years, we know that we can excite people about the past, and 20 million visitors can't be wrong. We know we can capture imaginations and create an experience, not just a visit, that stays in people's memories. Iberarcum will be 3 times larger than Jorvik, use state-of-the-art technology, and have many more facilities. With over 500,000 visitors a year, Iberarcum will deliver significant economic benefits, support York's cultural strategy, and complement its already rich cultural offer. It will provide a unique experience that compares with the best attractions globally. In conclusion, It is apparent that the Roman Quarter is not focused on maximisation of short-term profit. The excavation and attraction introduce a 2-year construction delay and significant additional expenditure in order to deliver the maximum public benefits from York's rich Roman heritage. It is wholly exceptional, once-in-a-generation opportunity, locally developed with global reach. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Fenton.
Thank you, Chair. Just in terms of the attraction itself, obviously a lot of story is being put by the attraction and the benefits it would bring in terms of that kind of balancing discussion of benefits versus harm. What would you say, or what do you anticipate will make this attraction kind of a step change from other sort of similar attractions, and Jorvik's been mentioned? So what I'm trying to get my head around how it will deliver that kind of step change that would really set it apart from other similar attractions in York, for example. But it'd be helpful to try and better understand that if possible. Thank you.
If I may, it's Sarah Maltby, Director of Attractions.
Please do. Please do.
Is that okay if I answer that question?
By all means.
As David said, we've operated Jorvik for 36 years and we've learned an awful lot in that time. Obviously, Jorvik has changed, Jorvik has developed, and the world has changed and developed. So the ways in which you can interpret objects, the ways in which you can tell people their stories has changed an awful lot since Jorvik was first thought of. And to be honest, Jorvik, although it has changed 4 times in its lifetime, it hasn't changed its essential way of presenting the past. But we can build on that. That's the plan with this one, with Iberarcum. I think the important thing, and again, it's already been mentioned, that it's going to be built on the site where we find everything. Now, there are very few attractions, very few museums that do that and interpret the material in the way that we do in Jorvik, and it is recognised worldwide that we do it in a truly exceptional way. We do it very differently from a lot of people, and that has a lot of meaning with people, and a lot of people are attracted to that. So our audience is different, if you like, from the everyday museum. We know that. So yes, we don't know exactly what we're going to find. Yes, we don't know exactly how we're going to interpret it. But because we're outward looking, we see what other museums are doing, we see what we could do better, we've learned from Jorvik, we do firmly believe that we can do something that will be different, will be based on our experience, but will be better than what we've done previously. Thank you.
Councillor Pavlovic, is this a supplementary on that? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, just on that, I accept that you've got a lot of experience, but the Council for British Archaeology, the Ancient Monument Society and Historic England, would you say that they equally had a great deal of experience and knowledge?
Councillor Pavlovic, it's David Jennings here. If I could respond to that, yes, certainly they do. I would say to you though that we may be talking about different things. They have a great deal of experience and knowledge. Well, those different bodies have different knowledges about different things, but they don't actually necessarily have a great deal of knowledge about how to run attractions. So Sarah's response in particular has been a response as to how we develop the attraction as a compelling experience. That isn't particularly the competency of those bodies.
Right. Well, perhaps I'll ask the question later then, which is about why they've had such strong objections as impartial viewers advising as stakeholders the planning committee.
Councillor Pavlovic, as you've asked that question, maybe we'll seek an answer now. You've asked the question.
Yeah, I mean, yes, absolutely. Again, David Jennings here. I mean, I think there is I guess that one shorthand response to that is there is also an awful lot of support for this project, also from other third parties. I mean, I think I think we counted 13 archaeologists that have written in support of this. It includes 8 professors in a whole range of universities, and includes two professionals who were actually the former heads of their government services. So David Miles, who was the head of English Heritage, which is now called Historic England, and David Breeze, who was the head of Historic Environment Scotland. And so the debates that the members have been sort of struggling with a little bit this evening in terms of the issues of conservation as opposed to investigation. And then as you've kind of also explored the notions of what is harm, what is public benefit, these, as you could imagine, are debates that are considered very frequently within the archaeological profession, and there is a spectrum of views that can be taken. I think, in a way, you would have to ask those bodies why their objections are so strong. If I can put because in a way, I guess the debate comes down to one of, as they say, conservation versus excavation, and one of the objectors also raised this issue. I think a really shorthand way to think about this is that if you look at the area that is proposed for the excavation, it amounts to 0.4% of the Roman city south of the river. That is a very small area. Even if the council were to allow similar scale excavations every 30 years, which is the last time we looked at the Roman city at this scale, so if you took that decision for every 30 years, for the next 1,000 years, you would only dig 13% of the city. So I think we need to get a sense of proportion when there is, again, discussion of substantial harm to deposits as to what is the scale of that investigation in relation to the actual designated asset. I mean, again, as Claire McRae said, the city archaeologist, the area of archaeological importance in York is a designated asset, but that's even a larger area than that which I've just discussed. Sorry, that may not be a coherent answer, but hopefully that gives you some information.
That is a very, very interesting and helpful response. I'm going to go to Councillor Eyre next, then to Councillor Hollier, and I'm then going to go to Councillor Waters, unless his question is actually a supplementary to what's already been said.
Yeah, it is a supplementary. Actually.
Go. That's fine. Go ahead.
Well, in terms of the other organisations that's been quoted as objecting, they're not strictly limiting their objections just to the archaeology side of things. They're actually referring to the harm on the skyline and the conservation assets around the proposed building. Would the York Archaeological Trust similarly like to comment on those above ground effects?
I think, but if I would like to, well, I guess as York Archaeological Trust, if you want my honest opinion, I think the building is actually an extremely good, modern building that responds well to the environment. And again, as we have sought to describe this afternoon and this evening, there has been a lot of work that has gone into trying to design a building that is both sensitive to the historic environment, but is also actually of its time. And as an archaeologist, I don't see a problem with there being the juxtaposition of the modern and the old, and actually those tensions can be very creative. I mean, you're asking for the opinion of I guess, well, I'm giving my opinion as Chief Executive of the Trust. I find those oppositions can be as creative as they can be ones that cause people stress. To me, if I could just make another supplementary point, as Sarah's already said, this museum is, like Jorvik, is on the location of the archaeological excavation. And we think that's a very compelling way in which you create senses of place, and you also create a museum that isn't in a neoclassical building in a park, like many, many museums that operate in this country, which sit in buildings which are actually quite forbidding, because they are seen as being architectures of authority. This building, as with Jorvik, is actually going to be enmeshed in the urban sort of weave of the city. And we find for Jorvik it works really well that our museum is inside a shopping centre. And I think, again, for Iver Arkham, it being located adjacent to where people live and spend their leisure time is also actually a real plus and a bonus, and it's how heritage should be integrated in a modern city.
I will give Councillor Eyre the opportunity in just a moment, but I'm going to ask my own supplementary on this. One of the things that surprised me with the application is that the museum entrance is on what most would regard as the rear of the building, one might say the tradesman's entrance, rather than on Rougier Street. Do you have any concern about that?
Not really, no. One of the issues we have found with the York Viking Centre is that our queues can sometimes be an inconvenience to our neighbours, and actually therefore having a designated space that we can actually manage the external space is a real benefit. It allows us to keep people who are arriving at the attraction in a safe space. It allows us to move the attraction out into an outdoor space, and it gives us opportunities to do things with that outdoor space in terms of presentation and potentially other events that at the moment we're always quite heavily constrained in terms of what we can do at Jorvik. So we think it's a real plus for the attraction, actually, that it has that kind of secure entrance that we can have a great degree of control over.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Eyre.
Twice. I'll ask this question in danger of quoting pulp song lyrics, and it was alluded to, I think, when you said that we know little of the Roman period and don't know the location of a single Roman building. My original question, which that adds to, is why here, why now?
Okay, I mean, just to clarify, we don't know the location of a single Roman public building, so the main kind of suite of public buildings that you find in Roman cities. In fact, we do only know the plan of a single Roman building, and it was what was found under the Aviva building next door to the proposed site. But those excavations, as I say, there have been, as I said in my presentation, we have done excavations in the area around where we are proposing to excavate, and indeed on the area where we are going to dig our trench. So we do know we've got the main Roman road that leads through the settlement on the south side of the river, which is called the Colonia. It's an administrative name. And actually, that's a really great advantage to an archaeologist, because this ability to look at a main road, as you could imagine today in the modern city, our ability to study what happens to that road, how it evolves over time, and particularly what happens at the end of the Roman period, is a wonderful chance to actually explore public space, how it's controlled, how it's maintained, how it's managed, and how that changes into the Anglian period. So you might think looking at a road isn't very interesting, but actually it has an awful lot to tell us. As also said, I think Claire McRae mentioned in her presentation, from the excavation we did in that area, we do know we have a sequence of Roman buildings. They have been interpreted as granaries. In a way, a granary is just a general term for a Roman building, a horia, as it's called in Latin, for a warehouse. These buildings are very important in terms of understanding the supply of the Roman army. The early deposits in this area are almost certainly relating to the Roman army. And that takes us back to the very origins of the Roman city. Indeed, as we sit here today, we're 1,950 years since the foundation of the Roman city. And so we have a story to tell that goes right back to before there is a city. And this is, again, one of the things we want to explore with this project. So coming back to the question from Councillor Pavlovich, what happens if you find nothing? It's not a likely scenario. For example, we want to explore what happens with urbanism. What happens when you start building cities? This is the origins of urbanism in northern Britain, happens in York. And we go from a rural landscape to something where you end up with thousands of people living in close proximity to each other, pulling in supplies and goods from all over the empire and from the region. And that's the very beginnings of our story of the city of York. So we have a complete Roman sequence, and as we were saying earlier today, and again, I think somebody raised the question of, well, if it's Roman, why won't it be there in 1,000 years' time? The early sequence of the Roman city is a city built of wood. And the timber is one of these organic remains that we think we have now, and is not guaranteed to be there in perpetuity. While people talk about the conservation of waterlogged material, as our head of conservation, who's an international leading expert on conservation, would tell anybody, conservation only slows down processes of change. You don't stop erosion. It's not possible, as any of those who are alive would know. So change is always happening. It's about the speed and the process of change. So this project will look at all of those organic remains, those things which we can't guarantee will be there in perpetuity. I'm sorry, Chair, I realise I may be talking a little bit too long. I should just stop there in case there's any more questions.
Just supplementary to try and speed up, but I felt like I was at an archaeology lecture there for quite a while.
Please.
Sorry about that.
It's
very, very helpful. Please continue, Councillor Eyre, please.
If you were to choose anywhere in the city, would this be, I fully accept you can't because there are buildings everywhere, would this be the location you would choose? Would it even be in your top 3 of locations if you had a carte blanche anywhere in the city?
I think it's such a hypothetical question, Councillor, and there's probably a million different ways of answering it. It is a very good location for the reasons I was articulating. The ability to look at, for instance, and again, we have evidence from the other excavations in that area where the bridges, people have always talked about the Roman bridge across the river. We have evidence of the road leading up to that bridge. So it would be, for me, because I'm interested in so many different questions about the Roman period, this site has got an awful lot to offer because it's got the waterlogged remains, it's got the depth of deposits, and it's telling us about that interface between public and private space. Because we're adjacent to a main road, you understand so much from looking at these major thoroughfares that you may not get from looking at, say, a subsidiary side street that's not in the same kind of topographical location in the Roman city. So it is a very good location to dig.
Thank you. At this point, I don't see any other questions from members. I'll just give a moment. That's fine. So thank you very much for your contribution, Mr. Jennings, and also Sarah Maltby. But we move on to our next public speaker. Thank you. Our next public speaker, Lawrence Beardmore, Vice President of the York Chambers of Commerce, who wishes to express support, I understand.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
We can indeed. Mr. Beardmore,
Excellent.
you have the opportunity to address the committee up to 3 minutes, and there may be questions afterwards.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I'm Lawrence Beardmore, the Vice President of York and North Yorkshire Chamber of Commerce, an organisation that represents both large and small businesses across the city and county. The Roman Quarter is a very exciting proposal and one which the Chamber fully supports. It's a regeneration project that will inject new life into the city centre and heralds a significant investment. As we all look to rebuild York's economy after the devastating impact of COVID-19, we believe this project will add a significant boost, including new construction jobs and further employment opportunities through the addition of a new visitor attraction. Rougier Street is in need of regeneration, and these plans will give it the lift it needs, being such a key gateway into the city centre. In addition, the scheme will improve the public realm within York's historic city walls. We believe this project will provide an opportunity to interpret and showcase an important part of York's 2,000 plus years of history to new audiences, and in conjunction with projects like Hudson Quarter, York Central, and the improvements to the railway frontage will represent York's ambitious and evolving progression in the modern world. The city centre is crucial to the economic recovery, and the approval of these plans will be a massive vote of confidence from our council in the city centre as we plan for an exciting future. The mix of new homes, offices, the attraction, and of course a 2-year dig will breathe new life into this part of York. The new attraction will undoubtedly raise the profile of the city across the world and will bring major benefits to a wide range of businesses across York. It is an opportunity that should be taken and encouraged in a message that York is open to new ideas and innovation. We would urge you to approve these plans and grasp this fantastic opportunity at a time when it's most needed. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beardmore. There is a question from Councillor Doughty.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Mr. Beardmore. It's a question directly for the Chambers of Commerce, but also I'd be keen to hear from the Economic Development officers at the City Council about this. And the subject's been touched on by Councillor Pavlich earlier, and that's the jobs currently at Northern House that I'm specifically thinking of, and the potential economic impact on this aspect of this. Now, Mr. Beardmore, you mentioned in your speech about employment opportunities. Can you tell me what the Chamber has been doing in terms of retaining the current employers within the city that are currently occupying Northern House, and likewise that can go to the Economic Development officers at the council, please.
Councillor Doughty, can I just say we'll have the opportunity a little later to come back to officers of the council, but by all means, if our speaker can respond, that would be great.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, the Chambers has a broad network of organisations that we help, and we lobby for favourable environments for them to do to employ their business. We're supportive. We've been involved in a number of the City of York Council and Make It York regeneration strategies for the future post-COVID, myself included, to be honest. And we're looking at the new strategies going forward, new economic strategies going forward to keep York growing and relevant. And rail is seen as one of those industries that might be quite important for us in the future, as is a number of other technical and hospitality-based industries as well. So we are supportive of Network Rail and maintaining those jobs here and creating the right environments for them to thrive and to develop in the future, as well as introducing new technologies like technology incubators and the likes as we go forward as well.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any other questions, so thank you very much, Mr. Beardmore. Do appreciate you joining us, and of course, like others, you'll be welcome to watch the remainder of this meeting through the live stream. Thank you. Our next public speaker, Judith McNichol, Director of the National Railway Museum. Judith, I wonder whether you can join us. Do you hear me?
Yes, I do. Good evening.
Thank you so much. You have the opportunity now to speak for up to 3 minutes, and please stay on the line for a moment afterwards, just if there are questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, good evening. I'm Judith McNichol, Director of the National Railway Museum. And as a neighbour south of the river, we can absolutely see the benefits of the Roman Quarter development to this part of the city. Whilst not within the footprint of York Central, the two developments are completely in sync and will benefit one another as they grow. Both projects are powerful expressions of the levelling up agenda in the north of England and will create much needed new cultural and historical focus in the city for both our residents and our visitors. Communities and developments with cultural placemakers at their heart, such as the Roman Quarter and York Central, are seen to give cities a competitive edge at attracting and retaining talent. The new Eber-Arkham visitor attraction will be a massive asset to the regeneration of the area, both in terms of its unique historical content and the archaeological efforts. York is a city that pulses with history. It's a city of the Roman Empire, of the Vikings, and of course, it's also one of the great railway cities. That rich history is one of the things that already makes us one of the UK's top destinations for visitors from around the world. But we must keep adapting, and the city must continue to evolve, as it has always done. The wider Roman Quarter with modern office spaces will bring obvious benefits in terms of jobs. But the economic impact will go way beyond this, bringing new visitors to this part of the city, and providing a hugely improved welcome to York for those arriving by train. It will promote and prompt more overnight stays, bringing new opportunities to surrounding businesses. For nearly 50 years, we've welcomed millions of visitors in a part of the city that has been unloved and underdeveloped. As we look to completely reimagine our museum and our brand new York Central Hall, the combined power of York Central and the Roman Quarter to regenerate this part of the city represents a huge opportunity for both us and for the whole of the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do stay with us for a moment. I haven't yet got questions from members. I don't see any questions. No. So again, thank you for joining us, and you'll be able to watch the remainder on the live stream. Thank you, Judith. Okay. So members, we come to the end of our section for public speakers. That has taken quite some while. It's been the best part of 2 hours. We do have the opportunity now to ask further questions of officers, but I suspect there may be quite a number of questions in that pipeline, and I wonder whether we would do well to take another break at this point. I wonder if
certainly,
I see a few nods
certainly
to that.
certainly would, Chair. Otherwise, I'm leaving.
Okay, then we will adjourn. Shall I say 15 minutes? We adjourn for 15 minutes at this point. It is now 22 to 8, so at 5 to 8 we'll reconvene. Thank you. Hello, welcome back to the City of York Council Planning Committee on Wednesday, 24th of February 2021. We've just taken a short break, having listened to a number of public speakers on the subject of item 3A, Northern House, Rougier Street. And we have the opportunity now for members to ask any further questions of officers. So, are there any further questions that members would like to put to officers at this stage? Councillor Pavlovic, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was just looking for my blue hand. Is Guy Hanson amongst the officers available, Becky?
Yes, we have Guy in the background. Guy, can you come in, please? Perfect, thanks,
Thank
Guy.
you.
Hello, Guy. We heard during the public participation that you've been working closely with the developers. What's your view of this development, and does it concur with your design architect colleague, or do you hold a different view?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, in terms of my involvement on the project, I've been involved since the beginning. Just sorry, for the benefit of the committee, Guy Hanson, I'm an architect of the council and I manage the design and conservation team.
Thank you.
So I was involved from 2018 on the project, from right at the beginning. My background and experience is in architecture and master planning and urban design, and I've been involved myself in private practice in large-scale projects. And so it was a project that I took principally as sort of a design officer involvement from the beginning. And yes, we've had an awful lot of meetings on this. Certainly in pre-app, I recall a period when we were perhaps meeting the applicant every couple of weeks. And during the application itself, I think there's been about 15 or so pieces of information on my files of separate instances where a quite significant amount of revisions were made. And right at the beginning, we discussed the principal concerns, which was around the scale of the building and the height of the building. And I think the applicant will acknowledge that these things were made clearly aware that this was a great concern right at the beginning. But however, I will say that, you know, I think my role as the manager of the team isn't to walk away from these things, but to try and make the building as best as it possibly can be. And so to that end, we engage with the applicant over many hours, changing the building design. And if you like, I can discuss some of the changes and the evolution of the building. But I don't want to prolong discussion, perhaps more than the committee wants. But I will say, from an architectural point of view, it has made an awful lot of improvements. Towards the end of the pre-app discussions, it became clear that the issues around height and massing were still very significant. And so for the purposes of transparency and people being aware of all the issues articulated as best they could be from the council side, it was decided that Rachel would become involved. And so Rachel can articulate these things better than me. But from an architectural design point of view, I think the building is significantly better than it first was when we started discussing it at pre-app. My principal concerns relate to the principal residual concerns as from an architect from its design perspective are around its increased width and the impact that it has on the townscape. But, you know, we talked about Aviva, and, you know, the Aviva is a much more sympathetic building to the city. I would just mention that, you know, the Aviva was built in 1990. You know, it's late postmodernism from an architectural period, you know, on the cusp of when the country was, you know, being enthralled with high tech, Foster's and Rougiers, and it's a piece of late postmodernism on a gigantic scale, and it has the advantage of being able to crumble away towards the river because it doesn't have a building next to it, and so it manages to create that varied roofscape. I mean, if you go to look at the back of Aviva, you'll see a sheer wall just like any other slab building, and so it is of a different era. It's a different site. I personally like that building, but I like it because it enthusiastically goes for it. But in the same way, when we're discussing what's appropriate for this site as a building, I think it needs to be genuine of its age and an appropriate response to the site. Interestingly, it's not so different and divergent from the building that's there at the moment from perspective of being a podium and a slab tower. It's just a question of it is a lot bigger than the existing building. But architecturally, we've done a lot of things to mitigate its impact, given that it was a large building, and to do that in the most effective and least to do that in the ways that had the greatest impact. So the part of the building that's reduced the most is towards the Micklegate Conservation Area, etc. And the part that has remained quite big is because it's sandwiched between Aviva and Yorkshire House, which in my mind, Yorkshire House is a building that has a greater impact than the current building itself. I think the current building itself suffers from the sin of being a bit boring, so it's a bit boring and tall, so it finds itself as a detractor. I can go on, but perhaps I'll stop there for other officers.
Well, maybe at least comments. Pause for a moment, Guy. I'm just no, it's absolutely fine. We really appreciate your input here. It's very helpful. But I'm just wanting to be sure that the following questions are supplementaries to you. I'll begin with Councillor Pavlovic, but I'm also seeing there's Councillor Doughty and Councillor Waters. Councillor Doughty and Councillor Waters, are your questions supplementaries on this? Are there questions for Guy? Yours would be. Okay. So Councillor Pavlovic, I'll give you the opportunity to come back first, and then Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Guy, and thank you for that response. I'm still, however, not clear as to whether the comments that are in the report and the comments that we've heard tonight are ones that you would equally subscribe to, that this building is significantly worse than the building that's currently there, and the only and I think Councillor Kilbane actually gave the quote, and if I misquote Rachel, I apologise. And the only thing that could be worse than this is actually knocking a hole through the city walls. Is that something that you would row back from as the principal architect for the city?
I'll try not to evade the question in answering it, but I'll start by saying that my comments within the report are within section 3.4, and they are, it's like a paragraph, and I did write about 6 pages. But that's it's a long enough report as it is. I'm sure you didn't want it to be any longer. But the principal position I got to was that it was a building that caused harm. I don't say it isn't a building that causes harm. It's very difficult to imagine how it doesn't cause harm, because it is a building that you see from numerous points of view. In the visuals, it's quite deceptive. You think in some places it doesn't stick up that much, but the reality is that it will be very, very noticeable. But in causing harm, I didn't want to produce a sort of different set of analysis on that degree of harm. I think that's not useful for the committee to hear one person giving one view on harm and another officer giving another view. I think Rachel is better qualified to actually articulate that. I would just go as far as to say that it causes harm, and therefore the analysis on public benefit is really has to be seriously taken into consideration and articulated and sort of broken down into various components, and questions such as disaggregation of the public benefits of the archaeology from the building, I think is important. But that is a sort of officer-wide assessment by the planning officers rather than myself. And my principal concern is around the impact on the streetscape. I think it's going to cause the narrowing of Rougier Street and sort of the worst environmental conditions. But as a piece of architecture, I think there are some views where it's actually quite good. And I'm happy to say that. My concern really is around the fact that the site can only accommodate so much, and that's not to do with the architectural quality. It's just to do with how it sits as a piece of townscape, and I believe it's bigger than I would like it to be, and that's why it causes harm. But I don't want to make a second opinion on the degree of harm to the conservation area, because I'm less qualified to do so than Rachel.
Thank you. Thank you for that contribution. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to pick up on a point you said, Guy, about the Aviva building being a building of its time, of the 1990s. I would suspect to most people resident in York, if they see the visualizations of tonight's proposals, they would say that this building is certainly of its time, the 1960s. It looks like earlier monstrosities that people have, going back to what former Councillor Johnny Hayes said, we could be voting for one of the most hated buildings in York when we're just trying to rid the city of such buildings. But you went on at great length saying that various things have been discussed with the developer, and you'd ended up with a much better proposal than what was originally planned. And yet we have got probably, and I hope you'll agree, the three strongest objections I think I've ever read in a planning document from an internal point of view, i.e. from a City of York Council officer, on page 7, 8 and 9. And I'll just read one little section here that I think is particularly relevant when you say that we've ended up with a better.
Councillor Waters, in doing so, will you please actually put a question as well?
Well, obviously the first question is, do you agree with these 3 pages, and do you agree it is one of the strongest objections ever lodged by a City of York Council officer? And I'll throw that one straight in.
Okay, well, the building, as I've identified in my own comments, is what I believe will be the biggest single phase building of the modern era, and in terms of a single long elevation, and that's one of its principal harms, is the fact that it's so big. And so I'm in saying that, and saying that it's within a conservation area. And it's actually not like Hungate or somewhere like that, where it's actually quite relatively hidden. Even the York Central site, I'd say, is a more hidden site than this. And so this is a site of great sensitivity. So it's the largest building in the modern era in a sensitive site within the conservation area. And yes, it's the railway part of the conservation area which supports large buildings, but it supports them because well, the early 20th century railway headquarters sort of sparked it all off in terms of the scale of this area. But it supports large buildings, but at what point do you say the buildings are too large? But so I'd say that it's unsurprising that Rachel has made those comments. And in a sense, she says, well, where else would you find a greater degree of harm? I think it's partly because it's difficult to envisage another development site of a similar size being available elsewhere within the historic city. We've obviously got development sites, but they're not in sensitive locations. So I'm unsurprised. So I'm not surprised she's made those comments, but it's I would rather not comment on the degree of harm that she's mentioned.
Are you sympathetic with the use of the term monolith because it's very damning and it's used on more than one occasion.
Well, the building's about half as long as the existing tower part of the site at the moment. So it stretches further towards the city walls, and it stretches further back the other way towards the Micklegate conservation area. And one of the principal difficulties is articulating a long, tall slab form, so it doesn't feel as long, tall, and lumpy as it possibly could be. And some of the devices that the applicant has tried to use, such as the elevation is profiled so that it kinks in a series of ways, so that when you sort of look at it obliquely rather than side on, because it's going to be difficult to get a complete side on view because you'll be standing on the street and it'll be sort of looming in front of you. But from the sort of end on views, it sort of kinks and snakes down the street, which is one thing that tries to mitigate its monolithic nature. The other is that they've broken it into three principal components of the tall element, and we made some pains to try and articulate those as best we could, and so that has helped. And then the other part is the late introduction of a completely different approach at the Micklegate conservation area end of the building, where it ranges from now 5 stories to 3 stories in response to the cluster of buildings that is just about every building's listed as you go down towards the river there, from the terracotta building on the corner through to the corner pin and the grade 2 star listed building on the corner, which is sort of half timbered, late medieval. So it is a monolithic large building, but the applicant has made attempts to mitigate that impact.
Thank you. Councillor Doughty.
Sorry,
please do. Go ahead.
Were there any discussions as regards breaking up the monolithic structure with, and I think it's a wonderful term that conservation officers used, the liveliness of York's characteristic skyline? Was there any attempt to break up the flat roof monolith with a more interesting skyline?
Well, in answer to that, again, in terms of pure townscape, York's varied roofscape is I'm paraphrasing from someone else who much better articulated things, but it's a blanket that sits over the city that sort of pokes up and down, but it is a contiguous sort of form, and so it sort of goes up and down and up and down and up and down, but it is a continuous blanket. But when you have tall buildings that just stick up above that, it starts to look ridiculous if you start adding pitched roofs to them and making them higgledy-piggledy at the top, because it's almost like you're extruding a normal townscape response and jacking it up on hydraulics another 6-7 stories into the area. It just looks daft. And I think if you accept the fact that it is a tall building, I don't think it's appropriate to introduce architectural artifacts that are more appropriate for lower scale buildings. So the devices they've tried to do to break up the skyline are there is an articulation at the roof through the usual devices, this setback top story. It's like there is a slight stagger on the plan, but it is largely articulated with a regular form, and then it suddenly drops by about 5 stories down to the building on the end there, which is articulated in a different language that relates to the Tanner Row side of things. And I think that is an appropriate response. I think the Civic Trust and people like that have made comments by saying, well, you could chamfer this end or crumble this away. I think when you've got a building that's sort of that is effectively a slab form, and it sticks up above the normal skyline, you've got to accept that that's what it is, and do your best to resolve it within that, rather than add things that are out of place.
Thank you. I think we've dealt with that, and thank you for your input. Really, it's helpful. Councillor Doughty, I'll come to you now.
Thank you, Chair. It's a repeat of the question to the Chambers of Commerce, please, for the Economic Development team. So in terms of the reduction of office space and mitigating employers that presently use the building in terms of retaining these jobs in York, what's the council doing, please, in this respect?
Afraid we haven't got anybody from the economic development team available to answer that question. Sorry.
Oh, that's disappointing. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kilbane.
Thank you, Chair. And I share Councillor Doughty's disappointment. I was going to ask the same question myself, because they are high-paid jobs that we need to be fighting for. So I would hope that with this whole proposal looming, that the Economy and Place Directorate is doing all it can to stop those jobs going to Doncaster, but we move on. Just a question to the officers. We heard from the applicant that they were dissuaded from putting a music venue into the development by our own planning officers. Is that correct?
I'm going to bring Alison in here, but
no, that's not the way it happened. I think it was merely that they came forward, the initial application a year ago came forward with the visitor attraction in the basement and partly on the ground floor, and then a mixed bar, restaurant, music venue use for the rest of the ground floor, and then above that flats. We pushed the applicant since we first saw the application as pre-app to retain the office space. And then so eventually their response to providing office space is to replace the bar music venue use with this office space. So it wasn't that we didn't want the music venue or ask them to remove it, it's that they've chosen to replace what was a bar restaurant with office space.
Okay, thank you. Fancy them putting a spin on it.
Councillor Pavlovic.
Thank you, Chair. And I don't know if this is another question for Guy or a question for Rachel or a question for the pair of them. Well, to be honest, actually, I think it is a question for the pair of them. And it's the question that I'm fundamentally grappling with, and that is this proposal changing the nature of York's historic skyline and its heritage in possibly the most heritage-rich area of the city? You're on mute, Rachel.
You're on mute.
Sorry. It's definitely going to have a detrimental impact on City of York at a local and wider point of view. It's on a key route from the station to the Minster, that kind of gateway route. There's lots of discussion that we've had from the applicant as well about that this being an appropriate site for a large building, but in the context of York, a large building is 5 stories. This is 10 stories above ground. It's kind of unprecedented scale. It's very alien in the townscape of York, a building of this size. It's the biggest building I've certainly seen an application for, and it's going to impact on very sensitive views across the city. So that's my reason for the strength of my objection to this application.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from members? There being no other questions, we move from questions into debate, although I'm not sure, Councillor Waters, is this a question or the start of a debate?
Start of debate, Chair.
Go ahead.
Well, I'd just like to curtail matters as much as I can and move refusal straight away. I think people could debate the economics of this and the social benefits of this all night long, but all it boils down to is pages 7, 8, and 9 for me. And I think a lot of it was summed up by the public speakers. Johnny Ayres kicked it off with saying that we could potentially be approving what could become one of York's most hated buildings. And I always say that if we don't protect the skyline, we're responsible for turning York into Chicago. And a 10-storey building, as the conservation officers just said, is excessive. We then had another speaker, a conservation specialist, who reminded us all that it was of paramount importance for us to protect our heritage. And he was referring both to the archaeology and the skyline, the above ground heritage. But the one that really struck me was the third public speaker, who referred to this being fool's gold. We are being led down a route saying that it's economically beneficial, there'll be jobs created, it'll be socially beneficial from the supposed creation of a very popular visitor attraction, although how that can be just referred to in such terms is beyond me. But the real crux of the matter is what the third speaker said. This is our legacy as councillors. Councillors come and go, planning committees come and go, but if this was approved tonight, this building will be towering over Rougier Street for the rest of our lives. I'm not prepared to put my name to this, and I would hope that the majority of this committee aren't either. There are clear reasons for refusal on pages 7, 8 and 9 that outweigh any other arguments advanced by anybody else. York skyline is a paramount consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. I hear you proposing that this application is refused, and primarily on the grounds of heritage impact, and that other benefits are not outweighed by that heritage impact. Both Councillor de Gorn and Councillor Eyre have indicated they want to speak. I'm wondering if either of you were going to second that. Councillor de Gorn, go ahead.
Yes, I was going to, well, either propose it or second it on the grounds that the harm to the conservation area and the designated heritage assets, which are referred to in paragraph 5.61, the substantial harm to the archaeological deposits and the close to substantial harm to grade 2 listed buildings, which I referred to in some of my questions earlier, paragraph 5.62 and 6.3 are not outweighed by the claimed public benefits in paragraph 5.75 to 5.84. The officer's report in itself, as we've already commented on, says that this is a finely balanced decision, but I believe that the members of this committee are entitled to draw a different conclusion in the light of what we've heard and particularly the damning statements in terms of the impact this building would have. Historic England objected on heritage grounds. The conservation area appraisal acknowledges that the existing building is a detractor. And yet paragraph 5.34 acknowledges the replacement would be double the length of the Malmaison building and as high as the Aviva building, but lacking the broken up roofscape, which we've talked about. So in essence, what I feel about this is that it proposes, the proposal is a bolder and brasher ugly duckling to replace a less than energy efficient 1960s building, which is there at the moment. And in terms of the archaeological dig and the museum, there is reference made in the report to the fact that it makes clear that the legacy of a museum or display of the relics that are exhumed are not considered sufficient on their own to outweigh the substantial harm without the other benefits. And in terms of the economic benefits, it seems somewhat contrived for claims that the current jobs will stay elsewhere in the city, although as we've heard, there's no guarantee that that will be secured, and that the additional new office space is therefore not providing extra spaces as being claimed and extra jobs. And finally, I think that I'm sure that the affordable housing, the fact that we just heard, you know, at the last minute was a £500,000 brought forward, but that's still compared to, as the officer's update gives referred to, that equates to 3 affordable houses when the policy that we have to provide affordable housing the equivalent would be 42 properties. So, you know, on the scale of things, it's minuscule to the amount of affordable housing which we're wanting to see in the city.
Thank you. Councillor A, you were the next to indicate you wanted to speak. Can I come to you next?
Thank you, Chair. I'll start by saying Chicago skyline is one of my favourite skylines. I spent a lot of time in Chicago, and I think it's actually quite stunning. Not necessarily appropriate for this location, but I do like that one. And I think I'd also mention I've ticked off on my planning committee bingo that Councillor Waters did say that he wouldn't be putting his name to this. I think that's one of my boldest predictions of the night, that with some comment about landscaping on the next item, I'm sure. In terms of the application, I mean, the building is awful. I think it's probably the best word I can do. And I think I kind of agree with Councillor Hayes in terms of hated buildings. I think, without doing denigration to any business in the city, I think probably my least favourite building of all in the city is the Park Inn, just around the corner, which just sits next to the river and looks absolutely awful. And every time I look at that building, I think, how on earth did that ever get planning permission? I'm hoping Councillor Fisher or nobody was there at the time to have approved that one. So if this was an application for this building, it would not have got, I think, through the doors of West offices in an envelope. So I think we have to focus on the fact that this is entirely around the illusion of economic benefit. And I am really struggling with it. I mean, as I raised earlier on, the jobs situation is just it's just not there. I mean, we're looking at, I was doing a bit of research in terms of our economic strategy, etc. We're looking at predominantly, I think, 2/3 of those jobs in tourism, which on average are 2/3 the mean average wage of the country, and predominantly part-time. The jobs that are there, the sector that we're in there, are probably generally 20 to 30% higher than the mean average of salary. So that is a significant reduction in the number of high-value jobs in the city. Again, not to denigrate the tourist industry, etc., but we have seen as a city our reliance on the tourism industry and what that happens to us. It does tend to drive our average wage down, and it does provide us more vulnerable to things such as areas as COVID and flooding, etc. So that brings us back to the museum, which is, as I can see, the only positive that comes out of this particular proposal. Not 100% convinced again. I think I look at that, the numbers, as myself and Councillor Fisher have interrogated, I'm not buying the numbers that are on there. I'm not buying that this is the right site. I mean, it was quite an interesting view from the applicant, the Archaeological Trust when they came through. I'm still not convinced this is the right place. And if we were starting from scratch, this is where we would have this particular museum, that these are the particular deposits that we want to excavate, or even that there will be any, and that there will be those on site. So it's a real difficulty with that museum argument. It's the only thing that's there. And I come back to the fact, as the report says, the harm is huge. I've not come across one before where we're talking about substantial harm, and the benefit needs to be substantial. As it stands, I'm not 100% convinced that that definitely is substantial and substantially outweighs the harm that there is. So I shall wait for the debate. But at the moment, I'm leaning probably more towards refusal.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to move to Councillor Pavlovic, then Councillor Lomas.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Waters posed a question that is a question that I've been grappling with for ever since I've been on this committee, which is, what is the planning committee for in a city like York? Is it to preserve a city in aspic, York's history, as an immovable object? Or is it to say that history and modern architecture can go hand in hand? Mm-hmm. We've seen buildings around the city. The Hiscox building, I think, would hold its place for the next 20 years, overshadowing the Black Swan. The St John's campus, I think, is good design, next to the city walls. So I'm certainly not opposed to well-designed modern buildings, juxtaposing with York's history and its historic skyline. What I do have a problem with is when that building becomes so significant that it's not subservient to the heritage of the city, that it becomes the focal point of a whole quarter of the city. And I fear that that's what this building would become. It would take away from the historic assets that surround it and would reduce them to being merely an afterthought, and that's not where I feel that we as a city should be. I have huge issues in respect of affordable housing. I haven't spent the last 4 years banging on to anybody who would listen about this city's single biggest need, which is affordable accommodation for the people of this city. This delivers zero. An 11th hour, £500,000, because because they feared that the affordable housing issue would become a significant one in the application, I think is a mere sop. It's 3 affordable properties. That's not what this city needs. We should not be approving anything that isn't policy compliant or as close to policy compliant as we can possibly get it. So I am going to support refusal at this stage. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Lomas. Then Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. In some recent discussions we've had about other planning applications, we've looked at design and size and style of properties that are assessed as causing harm to heritage assets. And in some of those, I've argued that we should refuse because my interpretation of what was in front of me was that was not outweighed by the benefit. But many people have said, yes, but what is there now also harms. So I think I was preparing myself for having that internal discussion in my head about those balances. However, we were told by the conservation architect that the new plan is worse than the current building and would do more harm than what is there now. So we cannot rely on the fact that we would be removing a detractor from the heritage assets in order to replace it with something that would be less harmful. That is not the case here. We would be replacing something that is there, which is accepted a detractor, with something that is more harmful. And I was also struck by the comment that in the context of York, a tall building is 5 stories and this is 10. So it's double the size of something that would be considered tall in this area. I also struck by the note that public benefits would need to be very convincing to outweigh the high level of irrevocable harm that would be caused to the heritage of York by this building. I've seen no evidence that there are such weighty public benefits, and indeed, as others have mentioned, that there are many areas in which a scheme in this location could have made more of a contribution to public benefit by providing affordable housing, by providing much needed music venue, and other assets which would be important to the people of York, and schemes and ideas and concepts that we have all supported in other decisions we have made in council meetings about what is needed for our city. I cannot see how anybody could support granting this application as it stands. So I'm going to support refusal.
Thank you, Councillor Lomas. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. When I came into this meeting, I was genuinely conflicted as to how I was going to vote, and I've been sitting making notes about the advantage of this scheme and the disadvantage, and I've got 7 for and 8 against. And can I, by the way, just tell Councillor Eyre I was not on the planning committee that approved the Park Hotel, and if I had been, I'd probably jumped off the top of it. It's a horrible building. I look at one question here. York has been angling for a long time for some kind of status, possibly World Heritage status. We have got some wonderful architecture in York, wonderful buildings, many heritage assets. And the question I have to ask is, in the balance that I've got several things for and several against, will this building enhance our move towards World Heritage status? Will it improve the skyline of the city? And the answer is, I'm afraid, no. I mean, I understand there are possible economic benefits, but I have to say I am not convinced they will be as extensive as the applicants are claiming. I don't believe they're going to bring 500,000 new people to come to York a year. They might have 500,000 people come into this attraction, but that's a different matter. You ask what the purpose of the planning committee is, and the purpose of the planning committee is do no harm, I would say, to your city. Try and improve it. This building, I can't argue with the height of it because it's a 10-storey building in between 2 buildings of comparable height. But what I do take exception to is the absolute vast bulk of the building, the sheer length. The only building in York I can think of that compares with it in terms of bulk is the residence down at the old Terrace factory, which is a little bit longer and a little bit lower. I mean, that's an iconic building. It's a beautiful building. It's worthy of, you know, retention and looking after. This one, I'm sorry, I don't think it cuts the mustard, and on balance, I'm going to go for refusal.
Thank you, Councillor Fisher. Councillor Barker, then Councillor Doughty.
Thank you, Chair. So tonight we've heard that the benefits outweigh the harms going to be done. We've also heard from the valuer stating that the financial validity of the building doesn't warrant affordable housing, and yet the developer has gone forward and put their hand in their pocket to the tune of £500,000. What concerns me is if we turn this down and go against the recommendation for approval, there'll be other developers who, for whatever reason, might be scared of coming into York to develop the city and to bring other additional economic benefits to it because they think the ideas won't get past this committee. I mean, we go against everything that the officers have suggested. Yes, it's 10 stories. Why are we excited about 10 stories? It's still lower than the buildings surrounding it. So on the balance of it, and I'm looking at it as a whole now, I would go with the officer's recommendation, and I think we should approve this for all the reasons outlined previously.
Thank you, Councillor Doughty.
Thank you, Chair. I really do want to support something that could potentially be a world-class visitor destination for the city. And I think we can still have that on this site. But in all honesty, having heard from the council's own architect and conservation officers on their description of it, I think the word overbearing was used. And I think what we've got here is an application of overdevelopment of the site. And I can't see anything beyond that. So unfortunately, as it is, and having listened to the various arguments, I did have the concerns anyway about potential loss of employment provision with a reduction in office space, but that we might have got around that with you know, some proof from the economic development in terms of what the city is doing to mitigate that. but I can't get beyond the overdevelopment aspect, so I can't support it as it is currently.
Thank you, Councillor Doughty. Councillor Fenton and then Councillor Kilbane.
Thank you, Chair. I think on the issue of the overdevelopment issue, the way I see this section of the city is almost like a toast rack. You've got the Aviva building, you've got Northern House as at present, you've got Malmaison, and then you've got the former Railway HQ building. And that's kind of how it operates. So the way I see this building is, I look at it in its context. Is it bigger than what's there? Yes, it is. Is it dramatically out of step with the context in which it would sit? I don't believe it is. It's different, and there are a range of views, and they're all entirely valid as to whether different is better or different is worse or different is neutral. I don't see the look of the building. I personally don't have a problem with, in terms of its interaction with the assets. The context it sits within. I don't have the same degree of concern as other members. In terms of the discussion around the economic impact and the potential loss of office space, the scenario that I think has been sort of painted, I think with a degree of it certainly was a convincing pitch, is that this is Grade B office space. The current occupants are coming towards the end of their tenancy agreements, and the question is what will happen to that space. We can all speculate as to what might happen or what not happen. It's one suggestion was under permitted development, it could be turned into apartments, which would deliver, as we know, would deliver very little benefit in terms of Section 106 and an affordable housing element. In terms of the belated but welcome contribution that's been made by the developer, I would argue that the best bang for our buck for that money would, for that commuted sum, to be used to invest in affordable housing elsewhere in the city, not in this location, for reasons that were alluded to earlier in terms of service fees and how those would make it very, very difficult for a registered provider to be able to let those units. And that's something that we're not strangers to on planning. It's something that's cropped up in the context of other discussions. I do think the visitor attraction, which I know more about it, and I feel more comfortable that it would potentially be the game changing attraction that certainly we would want to see in York. Obviously, what comes with that is the significant change to the streetscape on Rougier Street. My personal view is I don't have a problem with the nature of that change. It is a change, it is different, but I think within the context in which it's set, I would be comfortable with that, and therefore I won't be supporting refusal.
Thank you, Councillor Fenton. Councillor Kilbane and then Councillor Hollier.
Thank you, Chair. I was thinking this application was going to get such a kicking. I was going to come right into its defence, because nobody likes to see an underdog getting kicked when they're down. But Councillors Barkers and Fenton have done that for me, so I don't need to do that. I think this is such a missed opportunity, really. I think the museum sounds great. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to intervene in an argument between archaeologists, because I don't really know what I'm talking about when it comes to archaeology, and I can see that if I headed down that route, my life would be in ruins. So I just want to. I just think the enthusiasm of the York Archaeological Trust was fantastic. I thought they spoke really well. I was convinced by their plan and their idea, and I think it's a good idea. I think that the new street that would be created down the middle from Tanner's Moat all the way through to Tanner Road would be great. I can see all that working. I don't think there's an issue with the height, as has been pointed out. It's the same height as other buildings around it. And I also kind of agree with Guy that we need to be building buildings of our age. And I fully support building modern buildings that represent the age that we live in, that we can be proud of. The problem with this building is that the best thing that there seems to be about it is that you can't see it from a lot of places. And I think Councillor Fenton's assessment was, well, it's not that bad. It's not good enough, really. I mean, I think it is a missed opportunity. There's clearly a problem with the massing. It is too broad, and the main problem is just the way that it looms over the Arrett building towards the city walls, totally dominating that space with what is, quite frankly, another blocky building that developers want to put up. We've had multiple applications, haven't we, for blocky buildings that are of no architectural interest whatsoever, that we've never had grounds for refusing, but this time we do, because that block sticks out right in the middle of all the heritage assets, and does do just less than substantial harm, at the top end of less than substantial harm to them. And I'm not convinced that harm has been outweighed by the economic benefits, which I think are very much up in the air, as Councillor Eyre says. The nature of the work that this might be bringing in, and the nature of the trade that this might be bringing in is very debatable in terms of whether or not how much we need to be chasing those jobs. So I think by and large the harm to the heritage assets is the main reason why I'm going to go for refusal. But also the issue that we've got in York is about people not being able to afford to live here. And I'm afraid that the applicant did themselves no favours by suddenly turning up with some pocket money at the last minute to chuck in our direction. I think that kind of alerted everybody's on this committee's attention to the fact that actually maybe there could have been more social housing coming out of that, because that's what the people of York need, and I think we are duty bound to extract as much money for social housing as we possibly can from every development that comes through. And then finally, for me, there was a promise made that the music venue that was closed by this developer in Fibbers would be replaced. It was suggested that it would be replaced with this building. To be told that our own officers had dissuaded the developer of that, and then to be told by our officers that that wasn't actually true, leaves quite a bitter taste in my mouth, really. So for those reasons, I think it's a great shame. It's a great opportunity. I think if it had been pushed back a bit, if it wasn't so dominating mass-wise, there might have been scope to approve, but right now I don't think there's any scope to approve, so I'm going to refuse. And agree with Councillor Waters' motion.
Councillor Hollier, thank you. Councillor Hollier.
Thanks, Chair. I think the thing that's coming across most at the moment is that we all agree that this is quite a finely balanced decision, and I think probably it is the most difficult decision that's been put before me. I think normally on these kind of balancing acts, we're very often balancing one thing against another. And in this one, we're balancing seemingly 6 or 7 different things all against each other, some of which contradict, some of which support each other. I won't be supporting the refusal. I'll quickly associate myself with the comments Councillor Fenton made in terms of the design of the building, which to me as well, absolutely fine. Not every building needs to be, Notre Dame or the Minster or, some wonderful, it is a bit space, and it's clearly better than what's there now. I think my 2 main issues, I think, which have come up for me are the economic impact and the potential loss of the office jobs. But I think equally, those office jobs could go tomorrow with no input from the council. There's no guarantee that whatever we do, they will stay. And the other side being the potential for just turning it into apartments anyway, without the affordable housing contribution, and all of that without the additional benefits that accrue from the potential for the museum. So I think by refusing, we really are sort of risking an increasingly empty office building or a hastily converted apartment block at the with the loss as well of the sort of money for the affordable housing that's on the table at the moment. So I think that's probably why I'll not be supporting the refusal. Concerned about the alternative, I guess, that potentially is going to happen there.
Thank you, Councillor Hollier. At this point, there are no other members who are indicating they want to say anything, so very soon we will move towards a vote. I think, Councillor Barker, I think it was you I lost from the screen for a moment. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was, Chair. I was in the middle of a coughing fit. It wasn't pretty, so I hid my camera.
Okay, but you've not missed anything of our recent comments. Thank you.
No, nothing at all.
Good. It's good to know that. I think we have a sense of where this might be heading, and I would just say that it was some little while ago, but not that long ago, that I was on a task group, particularly looking at the contribution of heritage and culture to the economy of the city. And one of the things that was highlighted in that group was just how much the city would benefit from celebrating its Roman origins and its Roman history, and something like a Roman Jorvik would add so much to the city. I hope that whatever happens, we do actually realize that, because I think it would be of enormous benefit. But I think we have to move to the vote at this point, and can I therefore ask Becky to rejoin us on screen? I think that we've articulated a motion that the application is refused, and that refusal would be specifically on grounds of heritage impact, but we need to flesh that out, I think, if that's going to be the basis of our refusal. Can you help us to do that?
Funnily enough, in the background, I've been trying to draft something for you. I've looked
I'm not surprised.
I've looked at Rachel's comments, her last set of comments that she put together, and they were quite helpful, I think, in trying to formulate something. Are you okay if I quickly read something?
Please
Obviously,
do.
I think we need to delegate the very final word into yourself and Councillor Pavlovich, just in case we need any tweaking. But what I've got is it is considered that the proposals do not preserve or enhance the conservation area. Instead, they harm the character of York's historic conservation area and at a local and citywide levels. The new buildings would harm the setting of the adjacent listed buildings, do not make a positive contribution to local character. The harm largely stems from the enormity of the proposal, which are vastly increased from the already harmful buildings on the site, and would introduce at a scale that does not positively respond to its context. The works are considered to result in less substantial harm to the significance of the designed heritage asset. This bit I just need to do a bit of tweaking on. And in accordance with paragraph 196 of the National Planning Policy Framework, the harm should be weighted against the public benefits of the proposal, including securing an optimal viable use. The public benefits in the relation to the proposal have not been demonstrated that would outweigh the identified harm. The proposal would therefore conflict with the NPPF, and then I'd outline any local policies if need be.
That's
Does that
really
sound
helpful,
reasonable?
Becky. That sounds very, very reasonable. I just want to check with both Councillor Waters and Councillor de Gorn, who proposed and seconded this, that you would be content that represents what you would want.
I'd be quite content with that. I just
you,
wonder, without getting into too much of a debate on the archaeological side of things, when you've got 3 other institutions that are concerned over the damage to the archaeology, whether there ought to be reference to that as well.
That's entirely up to you as members. In terms of the advice that I give you with where we think we are strongest to if this was to be appealed, I think what I've just outlined to you is probably the strongest way of putting forward a refusal. I'm slightly concerned if we added more, but again, that's your decision as members whether or not you want to add archaeology. I think that what I've just given you, it might need marginally tweaking, as I've just said, because I've literally just written that down.
Of course, we
given it's Historic England that have raised this and their status as a statutory consultee, I do think it would be worthwhile putting in about the archaeological concerns.
I'll leave that to you. I think that's something that you need to consider. I can add it, but I think that's something that you need to decide between yourselves.
Just speaking from the chair, I think that we heard conflicting messages around all of that, and I'm less confident of that in terms of the grounds of refusal.
With respect,
so personally,
Chair,
from the chair, but yeah, absolutely, you're entitled to have a different opinion, Councillor Waters, but we have to be clear what it is that we're being asked to vote on.
with respect, Chair, the conflict when it came to archaeology involved York Archaeological Trust, who were a partner in the scheme. Now, if I could just read from Historic England, the proposed excavation of a third of the site would cause a high degree of harm to the site's archaeology, harm that would be substantial in the language of the draft local plan. That, to me, is another grounds for refusal. It's not as though that's another archaeological group. That is Historic England that have made that statement. That will be good enough, or should be good enough, to go as another reason for refusal.
Well, I think that will be for the committee to decide, and I would need to ask Councillor de Gorn, who seconded the motion, which we indicated at the time would be broadly on the grounds of heritage impact, whether you would support what is now being proposed, Councillor de Gorn.
I'm not sure exactly where Councillor Waters is quoting from, but I think there's
page 15, 3.49.
Thank you. I mean, the other reference I had was paragraph 5.78, which quite clearly states that the creating an exhibition or visitor attraction is, although of minor benefit and not considered sufficient on its own to outweigh the identified substantial harm. So I don't know if that what Becky considers whether that is relevant as well, because I think quite significant, well, we've heard quite significant players being made of the fact that creating a museum, but in order to create a museum, excavating more and damaging more of the archaeology, which will no longer be preserved, as part of that a part of the plan. And I don't feel that has been justified in terms of the harm to the archaeology or whatever might be remain substantive after the work. It seems as though that is in itself is being used to justify the exceeding scale of a building.
I'm going to allow comments from both Councillor Fisher and Councillor Pavlovic. Councillor Fisher first.
I think perhaps if we just say the harm to the city's heritage assets, because after all, the archaeology is part of our heritage assets, and leave it at that, and not be too specific on it, because the more specific we are, the more the developers will be able to pick holes in it. So I would just say harm to the city's heritage assets be the focus of what we do.
I think that's helpful. Councillor Pavlovic?
To be honest, I thought that what Becky read sounded really compelling to me as our justification. I'm just looking, Becky, at paragraph 5.64. The proposal is subject to the requirements of paragraph 195, which I can't remember if you mentioned when you were reading yours, of the MPPF, and the substantial harm to designated heritage assets arising from the scheme must be outweighed by substantial public benefits. If this cannot be shown, then the scheme should be refused. Well, basically, that's what we've argued, that the benefits don't outweigh that. So therefore, we consider this application to be in breach of paragraph 195 of the MPPF. Is that
I think
your
I might have
reading
quoted.
of it?
Yeah,
I think
might
you
have
did. I think
no, I think I quoted the wrong paragraph. I might have said 196, but yeah, we will get the right paragraph. I promise you.
Right.
Of course. I think that
in which case I'd be happy with what Becky had said personally.
Yes, me too. Therefore, I propose that we move to the vote on that basis, unless anybody's strongly objecting. So can I also make sure that all members have been present throughout the whole of the debate? You've not missed anything. Thank you. Just a show of hands would be great. Thank you. I've seen everybody. I don't think we need to be reminded of the reasons for refusal, but we will have a named vote. And so I'm going to invite one of the members of the Democratic Services team. I think Angela's there.
I am, Chair, thank you.
Good. Can you please conduct a named vote?
Yep, so this is for refusal of the application proposed by Councillor Waters, seconded by Councillor de Gorn. If members could indicate whether they're for, against or abstaining. I'll start with Councillor Eyre, please.
It's hurting my head at this time. I like to say for. I am for the motion. So put my against the proposal.
Councillor Barker.
Against.
Councillor de Gorn.
For.
Councillor Daubney.
For.
Councillor Doughty.
For.
Councillor Douglas.
For.
Councillor Fenton.
Against.
Councillor Fisher.
For.
Councillor Hollier.
Against.
Councillor Kilbane.
For.
Councillor Lomas.
For.
Councillor Myers.
For.
Councillor Pavlovic.
For.
Councillor Waters.
For.
And the chair, please.
On this occasion, I will abstain.
Okay. So that's refused, 11 for, 3 against and 1 abstention.
Thank you very much. So that application is refused. Thank you all for your contributions to that. Can I just, again, just speaking briefly, say I hope very much that the city will see the kind of visitor attraction that was proposed in this application, whether it's on this site or elsewhere, but we'll see what comes back to this committee at a future date. With that, we move on to the next item on our agenda, that being item 3B, Haxby Hall. Before we do we need another break at this point?
We need to let speakers in, Chair, so we might.
I know we need to let speakers in. I'm looking at the time, just after 9 o'clock, almost 9:05. 15 minutes?
10.
Okay. 10, 15?
10.
10.
All right. I'm hearing 10. So we'll reconvene at 9:15. Thank you. Well, welcome back. You rejoin the City of York Council Planning Committee on the evening of Wednesday, the 24th of February 2021. We've spent the evening on item 3A, Northern House, Rougier Street, up until this point, but we do have a further item, which is item 3B, Haxby Hall, York Road, Haxby, which is an application for the erection of a 65-bed residential and dementia care home following demolition. And I would be grateful if the officers would introduce this and any updates on this item.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'm just gonna, are you okay if I do the additional information first, seeing as that's what I've got ready? And then I'll go on to, right, okay, so in terms of the additional information, we have had further representations from Haxby Town Council, which again is detailed in full, and but basically they strongly urge the City of York Council to consider the points raised by the internal consultees. There's also further representations from neighbouring occupiers. If it isn't already in the case officer's report, we've added it to the additional information. There is also suggested amendments to conditions. The suggested amendments are in bold for members' reference. I'm now going to share my screen and go back to the presentation. Just a second. Here we are. So, as we've said, it's erection of a 65-bed residential and dementia care home. And this slide here, this shows a site location plan in red. So you can see the existing Haxby Hall and the semi-detached properties there. This slide here is the existing care home, existing access and parking from York Road. You can see into the site there, the existing buildings. Slide 2, again, is another view of the existing care home to give you some context of what's there now. Again, view of the existing care home from the roundabout on York Road. This slide here is the existing care home, the northern elevation, as you can again see the architecture of the existing building. This is the existing residential properties at number 5 and number 7 York Road. That's Hall Rise cul-de-sac with existing care home in the background that you can see just peeping over there. That's the existing care home. Rear garden of number 2 and the existing care home in the background again. You can see the relationship that there is there. 20 Hall Rise with the existing care home again. You can see how it runs along that boundary there. So this is a proposed site plan. You can see the new building in here and its relationship and how it sits, and the new access road in here with the car parking arrangement where my arrow is at the moment. So again, this is a site plan comparison. The red, much the same as the last application we just discussed, is the existing, and the blue is the proposed buildings. I'll give you a minute just to look at that, just to take that one in. Okay. These are the proposed elevations on York Road, Station Road. As you can see, again, the dotted red line is the existing care home that'll be removed. And again, here you can see the proposed elevations facing York Road with and without the ambulance station. So again, you can see that's with it there, and that's without. You can see the red line of the existing buildings. And this is the proposed rear elevations at the site again. Give you a minute just to have a look there. Okay. That's it from me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So are there any questions from members at this point? Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chair. I'd hate to disappoint anybody that's wanting to fill in their planning meeting bingo card, but I shall refer to condition 13 on page 158 and query why, given that the landscaping is integral to the amenity of the development and the immediate area, we haven't got the condition for the landscaping to be there for the duration of the development. We're now stuck with a 5-year standard planning condition. I just wonder why it's there, especially when we go back to the previous application where that phrase was in there, integral to the amenity of the development, and it didn't include the 5-year stipulation.
As I've said before, it's each case on its own merits, and we considered that this condition was reasonable for this application. If you think otherwise, you can absolutely propose that we change that condition.
Yeah, well, if we actually go back into the meat of the application and the officer's comments, it does refer to the trees and again, how important they are to the surrounding properties. So it does need to be there for the lifetime of the development.
Any other questions? Councillor de Bourne.
Just sort of before I ask the question on that point, with where Councillor Walters just been referring to, paragraph 14 conditions the boundary treatment for a lifetime of development. So it seems as though we can condition boundary treatment for a lifetime, but not the trees, which seems somewhat bizarre. The question I was going to ask was in relation to, it is sort of in a way related to boundary treatment. On the plan that you've shown, there's an access to a car park with some sort of planting. I was just concerned about what the sight lines would be. It looks appeared to be a hedge with the access across the footway through the hedge. I was just trying to understand whether that was going to be present a safety problem.
Just explain to me where exactly you're looking at, if possible, because I'm not quite clear.
Sorry, on the plan that you just showed us, there's a 26 space car park, I believe. It says here, car parking provision. Yeah, 26 spaces considered acceptable. And there's some reference in here to cycle parking, although this is, I'm looking at the comments from network management, seem to say there's some question about exactly where the cycle parking is. Presumably that's conditioned to be agreed. But the sort of entrance to the car park from the road seems to be, there's a sort of a pseudo pedestrian crossing marked on your little plan.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's some boundary treatment, which presumably is conditioned. So I suppose you can probably assure me that that boundary treatment will be conditioned to ensure visibility, visibility for pedestrians and those coming and going to the car park.
I'm just going to share my screen just to make sure we're both on the same point, because I don't want to get. You're talking about this area here?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about? Yes.
Yeah,
I was just double checking because I didn't want to talk on cross purposes. Yeah, of course, we'd make sure that there was no visibility obstruction at that point there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I don't see any other questions, so thank you very much. We did have two public speakers registered to speak, but we've had some difficulty securing the second of those.
Chair, sorry, Councillor Holly has got a question.
Oh, I'd missed that. Okay, go ahead.
I was just typing in the chat bar. I'd be happy to wait until after, but it seems you've come to me. It was just in terms of the conditions on sort of construction management and issues related to it. I guess because it's quite a long period of construction, because it's necessitated by needing to sort of build the new care home almost sort of around the old one, with residents sort of staying until they're ready to move sort of over. I think it's going to take about 2 years. I was just wondering whether there are any sort of extra provisions in the sort of construction management plan that sort of took account of what is probably quite an unusual length of construction, and whether what's there you sort of consider strong enough to, I guess, if you're building a building over a couple of months or 3 months, then if you cause issues, then they're over in a relatively short period of time and people move on. But if they've got to live with it for 2 years or more, do you consider they sort of meet those extra needs, I guess?
Yep, I see your point. Condition 4 says prior to commencement, a construction environmental management plan shall be submitted to and approved in writing. There's then a number of notes within that. We could potentially add notes in there around considerate construction and something along those lines. I don't know exactly what yet. I'd have to think about it a little bit further, but we could put something further in there. Or are you wanting an additional condition?
I guess at this stage it's asking what might be possible and whether they've sort of been taken into account. But I guess it's a slightly special case in terms of local residents nearby, but also the residents of the current care home. So I guess it's just making sure that when that plan does come in for approval, that it's, I suppose, those extra constraints are recognised.
Yeah, and it's fit for purpose.
We just make a note, I guess, in that condition that acknowledges that, maybe, if that's possible, I guess is my question.
Yep, we can do that.
I thank you, Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chair. But what we don't want to be doing is raising expectations of neighbouring residents in terms of the effectiveness of these construction environment management plans or their enforcement. With the experience of a large building site that's been going for 10 years, I'd just like to warn them that it will be complete and utter chaos, as all building sites are. They'll get very little support from the council and they'll be left to fend for themselves.
That's a comment, is not a question. So with that, I think we do move on to public speakers, and I'm hoping very much that the agent for the applicant, Mr. Doug Jennings, is available. Mr. Jennings, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Chair. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. So thank you very much for joining us. I appreciate it's a late hour, but you do have the opportunity to address the committee, and don't rush off afterwards because there may be questions.
Yep. Thank you very much. No, it's been a very interesting evening listening. So thank you, Chair and members. I'm the planning agent for the application, and the applicants, Your Care Homes, have worked very closely with the Council's adult social care team to deliver this new proposed home in place of the existing Haxby home. And I think it's widely acknowledged that there is a need for new quality care provision, and especially a growing demand for dementia care, and Your Care are leaders in the field locally. They've won awards for the internal and external designs of their care homes, and have 3 homes rated outstanding by the CQC for the care provided. This rating ranks them as one of the top few care providers nationally. In drafting the proposal, it's been important for us to work with your planning, conservation and other officers, and pre-application and post-application discussions have resulted in the scheme in front of you today. The applicant has also participated in the meeting with Haxby Town Council. The outcome of this collaborative approach has been that changes have been made along the way and more information submitted to address concerns raised, which has resulted in a favourable recommendation to you today. The very detailed officer report comprehensively sets out those issues, but I wish to briefly mention 3 key points. Firstly, this is a replacement home resulting in an uplift of 16 care bedrooms from 49 to 65, and this will be done in a phased way to safeguard existing residents and staff. And I'm conscious of the comment just been made. This is a plan and the identified need in the SHMA. Secondly, the potential impact on 3 neighbouring houses on Hall Rise has been a major consideration, and I note that the occupiers have recently written, occupiers number 2 have welcomed the revised design. Although marginally higher, between 700 millimetres and 1100 millimetres, the replacement buildings will be further off the boundary, 9 metres to 15 instead of 2 to 5 metres, with the area built on the existing lawn to be only 1.5 stories in height. The internal layout has been thoroughly thought through, and this will mean there will be less bedrooms facing towards those properties than do so now. Additionally, on an originally proposed second floor rear roof terrace has been relocated to the front. It's important to note that the report concludes that there will be no detrimental impact on amenities because of these design measures and the orientation of the existing houses. And thirdly, although the building does not lie within the conservation area, its design has been amended through discussions, and although there are still some issues, such as materials, to be resolved through planning conditions, the public benefits of the proposals are paramount in assessing the planning balance. And as the report concludes, this balance is clearly in favour of the proposal, and I ask you to accept the officer recommendation this evening and grant planning permission for what will be a quality care home, both in building design and its operation. Thank you, Chair, members.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. And I give members the opportunity to raise any questions they want. The only one I see at the moment is Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chair. We had a written submission that came in yesterday from the ward councillor, largely in favour of the proposal, but there was one paragraph that stuck out to me, and bearing in mind what I've just said about the construction environment management plan and its enforcement, this paragraph said, can the developers formally agree to stay in communication with local residents and stakeholders, example, town and city councillors, to ensure any problems during construction are dealt with quickly and efficiently. Now, I note that he said formally agree to stay in consultation. Would you be content if in condition 4, when it refers to written records of any complaints received and actions taken should be kept and details forwarded to the local authority every month during construction works, that also included in that sentence was Haxby Town Council and the 2 relevant ward councillors? Because of the location of this and its proximity to neighbouring residents, I think it'd be wise from everybody's point of view, whether it's planning committee members or the applicant, to agree to that.
Just 2 seconds, can I just come in here?
Please do.
And I'd need to check this out before we did anything, but there may be a GDPR issue with that, with who we can share people's personal information with. And I wouldn't want us to agree to something if that would become an issue. I'd like to check. I can't check it out now, because there'd be nobody online that I could check that with, but there is potential that that's a conflict, that we might not be able to do it. And that's just my advice at this moment in time. I'm not 100% sure that we could ask them to do that, because it may be a GDPR issue. Unless anybody knows anything different.
If it was just the complaint rather than the complainant's details.
Yeah, but it's the complainant details where that potentially is the issue.
I would imagine quite strongly that complainants, if they had an issue to complain about, would be firstly onto the Haxby Town Council and the local councillors. But everybody needs to be involved in this construction environment management plan process to make it even reasonably effective.
Okay.
Heidi, can I just bring
I think
Heidi
it would be helpful just to give Heidi the opportunity to comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Introduce yourself first, please, Heidi.
Heidi Lehane, Senior Solicitor for the Council. Just on that point, even if the name wasn't in there, if there was information in the complaint that would identify the person, i.e. my aspect from my garden, my dog's disturbed, if you can identify the person, then again, that information can't be given over. So it's not just about a name, it's identifiable information. I don't claim to be a GDPR expert, but I just think we could be in a situation where often with a complaint, you can identify who it is in any event. So I just think you need to be cautious here. Yes.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Heidi. That's appreciated.
But just going back to that, Haxby Town Council would also be bound by GDPR, as would the ward councillors. And I'm sure that anybody that had a complaint to raise would be grateful to have the formal help of those organisations.
Okay, but that might be for them to take up outside of the planning process. We've got to be reasonable in terms of the conditions that we're imposing. And my advice at this point is I'm not necessarily sure that that would be reasonable to add that we did that. And I also have a concern over GDPR.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to hang on the word that Councillor Pearson has put, formally agree to stay in communication with local residents and stakeholders.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Councillor Eyre, you're trying to attract my attention.
Under GDPR, you can only use the information for the purpose for which it was intended originally. So if that intention is to give it to that individual, you can't share that. That is a breach if you're using it for another purpose that has not been agreed by the individual sharing the information. So it's not just a matter of confidentiality, it's how you use that information.
Okay. I think Becky and Heidi have indicated, as you are, Councillor Eyre, that we just have to be very careful about just how we put that as a condition. Whilst we understand exactly why Councillor Waters is making the comments he is, and the concern that Councillor Hollier has expressed, we just have to be careful we're not tying ourselves in some sort of knots that we really would be better avoiding. Any further points? Councillor Kilbane.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question to the applicant. Clearly, the Design Conservation Officer is not happy with the proposal, saying it will cause less than substantial harm, and the main concerns appear to be around poor quality materials. I know this is to be conditioned, but can you give the committee any assurances as to the quality of the materials that you will be using? In particular, they're not happy about the cement slates and PVC windows, which do not inspire confidence with regards to the quality of the bricks in paragraph 3.6 of the report. Have you any comments on that? Can you say anything to us that will maybe ease some of our concerns around the quality of the materials you're going to be using?
Yes, well, the homes that we've built to date have quality materials used within them, and we will work with the planning officers as per the condition to make sure that we get the best materials that we possibly can. As regards PVC windows, the ones we've used in other buildings look very well indeed. They are quality windows, and there is a need for, from the operational angle, quality materials and PVC usage, so that the residents themselves can easily use the windows. So it's not been a problem in other locations, and we've worked in conservation areas, actually in conservation areas, and arrived at a suite of materials which are satisfied of the planning authority. So I have no doubt we'll be able to reach some agreement here as well.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Councillor Hollier?
Sorry, thanks, Chair. It was just whether, and that was a question I was going to ask later, just whether it would be possible to sort of strengthen conditions 30 and 31 in terms of the materials being used, potentially adding in, I don't know whether when we say submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority, whether that would include going to the sort of conservation team and getting a sort of further opinion on the suitability of those, you know, and with a view to the sorts of materials that are being suggested earlier, like not using concrete slates. I take the point on the UPVC.
Councillor Hollier, is this a question for the public speaker?
Well, it's for the planning officer, I guess, whilst it's raised, I guess.
Do you want me to answer it now?
Let me just check whether we've got any further questions for the public speaker. I don't think there are. In which case I can thank our public speaker. And I have no indication that it's been possible to reconnect with the other registered speaker this evening, so we can move on to questions for officers. Do you want to respond to the question that
shall I answer that?
Councillor Holly put? Thank you.
As a matter of course, would involve our conservation colleagues within something like this. They've requested the condition in conjunction with the case officer. So yes, we would. There'd definitely be conversations within the. We're all in the same service, so yes, it would happen.
I guess just in terms that we seem to have accepted, I guess, that concrete slates would be okay in the report due to sort of budget reasons. Is when they come back, is there a sort of mechanism within that for the conservation team to sort of bid that up a bit and say actually, or are we sort of locked into?
Absolutely get the best possible result is where we would want to be in terms of the materials, and to have that dialogue after the permission's been given is something that we would do. And if there is, that's the whole point in the conditions as they stand, specifically say that we need brick samples, and I'm just trying to read what else they say, and patterning, bonding patterns, and mortar and pointing. So we would have a really quite a high level of detail there that would involve the conservation officer. So yes, I think there is sufficient there to cover any concerns, in my opinion.
Is the design conservation officer here?
No.
It'd be good to know whereabouts on the scale of less than substantial harm it is.
I mean, I think this site isn't actually within the conservation area, so there's a very real difference there in terms of this one and the one that you've just considered. It isn't in the conservation area.
It is adjacent to a conservation area. It's not within the conservation area.
It's still a comment from our design conservation officer that it causes less than substantial harm. We just, we don't know where that sits.
Councillor Waters.
Given what was just said there about it being on the side of a conservation area and not within it, what possible power to the council's elbow could there be in imposing a massive extra cost of insisting on slates, for example, rather than slate-coloured concrete tiles? I just don't see how it could ever happen. Perhaps the planning officer would tell us how.
We'd have to work to get the best solution possible for the site. I can't promise that it'll be possible to get the slate tiles. It may be concrete, but we will look to make sure that they are the best possible result for that site, which is reasonable, which has always got, as I say to you all the time, it's got to be reasonable. And you very clearly said it's not within a conservation area, so that's within the limits of this application and where it stands.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to be realistic with it.
That's understood. I don't see any other questions from members. So thank you for that. Councillor Waters.
I was just going to, if you're moving into debate, just move approval subject to condition 13 being reworded to include the landscaping for the lifetime of the development.
Councillor Fisher.
I'll second that. Haxby Hall has been showing its age since I was a councillor in Haxby in the 90s, and we were discussing in 1993 about whether it could be improved or replaced. It has served its time and it's done a good job, but it's now time to move on. This is a two-storey with dormers, which is not excessive, unlike the one that was approved in Strensall. But this one, I think, fits the scene. It's well designed. I think it's fine. So I have second approval.
Thank you. Do any other members wish to make comment at this point? Councillor Barker.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Councillor Fisher, I just disagree with everything you say there. I don't think it's particularly well designed. I do have my concerns over the quality of materials, and I think it's large, and I also think it's ugly. So on this occasion, regrettably, I'll be saying no. Well, not that regrettably, but I'll be moving for refusal.
Okay. Any other comments before we move to a vote? No. In that case, Becky, if you could rejoin us and just be clear what we would then be voting on. We've had both a proposal and that has been seconded in terms of approval. Do you want to just...
Yep, approval subject to the conditions in the report, the conditions in the additional information, and a revision to condition 13. Is it 13? 13 as requested by Councillor Fisher and Councillor Waters.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And I would just remind Councillor Waters there are 3 ward councillors, not 2 ward councillors in the Haxby ward, but that's just a point of information. So, are we ready to...
It's Heidi. I didn't catch. Have we got a seconder? Sorry.
We did indeed. That was seconded by Councillor Fisher. Can I check that all members have been present throughout the whole of this debate? I'm sure we have. Thank you. And Angela, are you still there to conduct a named vote? I am. So that's can you just get the microphone a little bit closer?
Apologies. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
So that's motion to approve by Councillor Waters, seconded by Councillor Fisher. So as before, if you could indicate whether you approve, for, against or abstaining, please. So Councillor Eyre.
For.
Councillor Barker.
Against.
Councillor de Gorne.
For.
Councillor Daubney.
Councillor Daubney.
Sorry, for.
Councillor Doughty.
For.
Councillor Douglas.
For.
Councillor Fenton.
For.
Councillor Fisher.
For.
Councillor Hollier.
For.
Councillor Kilbane.
For.
Councillor Lomas.
For.
Councillor Myers.
For.
Councillor Pavlovic.
For.
Councillor Waters.
For.
The Chair, Councillor Culloch.
For.
So that's approved with 14 for and 1 against.
Thank you very much. That is approved. So we have no items that have been brought to my attention that would qualify as urgent business. The meeting is closed. Thank you all very much.